Tom? Anna?
Good morning, all. Can you all hear me quite clearly through the microphone? Can you confirm, please, that the live streaming has now been activated? Thank you very much indeed. Can you also confirm that the live stream is live in Committee Room 1, please? Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee of Bolsover District Council. My name is Councillor Tom Munro, representing Whitwell Ward. I am chair of this Planning Committee. Today's meeting is an extraordinary meeting to consider the planning application for Clown Garden Village, which is registered with the planning reference number 1700640/outline. This is to be a new decision by the Planning Committee based on updated information and new consultation feedback. Before we move to the formal agenda, I have a few housekeeping matters to bring to your attention. There are no planned fire alarm tests today, so if the alarm sounds, this is a real event. The meeting will be adjourned and you will be asked to leave the council chamber as directed by officers and assemble on the pathway which leads away from the main entrance towards the bus waiting bays. If anyone does require assistance evacuating the building, please make yourself known at the time to the officers who will be more than happy to assist. Today's meeting is being recorded and live streamed on Bolsover District Council's YouTube channel. In partaking in today's meeting, you are consenting to appear on the visual live stream. Please can all people present in the chamber now ensure that their mobile phones are either switched off or in silent mode, so that there are no interruptions to the meeting. I will give you a few seconds to attend to that. We have a number of registered public speakers and public observers attending today's meeting, and therefore it is anticipated that the meeting will run into the late afternoon. All participants are advised I will stop them speaking if they call into question the professional ability of any planning officers or the impartiality of any elected members during their presentations. A mid-morning break of 15 minutes and a scheduled afternoon break of 15 minutes alongside a 1-hour lunchtime break will be fitted into the course of the proceedings. The meeting will commence with the officer report and presentation, and then I will invite the public speakers one by one to invite and address the meeting in accordance with our procedures in turn. Public speaking is likely to take up all morning and most of the early afternoon. Public speakers, you are again reminded that you are allowed up to 5 minutes to address the committee, and you should not repeat matters which have already been raised by speakers before you. You will not be permitted to speak beyond your 5 minutes allotted time, and you will be notified when there are 30 seconds remaining. Please remain at the desk, the public desk here, after you have spoken to allow and facilitate any questions members of the Planning Committee might wish to ask you. Please, everybody in this chamber, be courteous to your fellow public speakers by not speaking or interrupting while someone else is addressing the Planning Committee. And please make sure you speak clearly into the microphones on the desk. I've introduced myself as Councillor Tom Munro, representing Whitwell Ward. I'm now going to invite the rest of the committee to introduce themselves, starting on my right with the Vice Chair. Over to you. You don't need to turn it on, it's automatic.
Yeah, Councillor Kane, Sharbrook North Ward, Vice Chair of Planning Committee. Over to Carol.
Councillor Carol Wood, Bolsover South Ward.
Councillor Jem Wilson, Shirebrook Ward.
Councillor Duncan McGregor, Elmton Cresswell Ward.
Councillor Janet Tate, representing Shirebrook South.
Councillor John Ritchie, Old Tucknall Ward.
Councillor Philip Smith, South Normanton West.
Councillor Rob Harney Saunders, Clown East.
Councillor Deborah Watson, representing Tibshelf.
Thank you very much indeed, councillors. Can I just check with everybody in the chamber that you're able to hear what's being said? Yes? Thank you very much. Could you do things slightly louder? Are you able to just activate that, please? Thank you. They'll be sick to death of my voice by the end of the day. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so now I will move on to the agenda, and I will now invite the officer presenting the report to the committee, Steve, to present. Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Do any members please have any declarations of interest to make in respect of this planning application? Thank you very much indeed. In which case, I will now invite the officer, Steve, to present the report on the application. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Is that automatic? Oh, yeah, you can hear me clearly? Okay. Good morning, members. This is a presentation of the application and the officer report, so I'll go straight into it. So this is an outline application, all matters reserved, for a development of up to 24 hectares of employment development and 1,800 new homes. The development also includes provision for new green infrastructure, along with a range of other uses, including education, recreational uses, a retirement use, neighbourhood centre, hotel, restaurant, health and leisure uses. It should be noted that matters such as access, layout, scale, appearance and landscaping are reserved for future consideration. If this application was to be approved, these matters will be considered through the reserved matters applications. The development proposal has not changed from what was previously considered and granted by Planning Committee in 2018. A detailed site description is contained within the committee report. In summary, the site itself is located to the north of Clown and comprises 140 hectares of greenfield land. The town centre of Clown is situated less than 1 mile from much of the site area. So the plan that you can see on the presentation now shows the extent of the site outlined in red. A useful starting point is to set out the status of the current development plan, its relationship with the site and what has changed since the previous application was given resolution to grant by Planning Committee in 2018. Since the previous application was considered, the current adopted development plan has been through an independent formal examination process, which was undertaken by an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. Following that examination, the inspector's report concluded that the current development plan could be made sound, and in March 2020, the development plan was formally adopted. The plan was subject to a rigorous independent examination, and there is no evidence or reasonable basis to conclude that the plan is not sound. As part of formulating the current development plan, much of the site that we're discussing today was removed from the Greenbelt and is now formally allocated for mixed-use development, which is confirmed under policy SS5. The site's removal from the Greenbelt was justified at plan-making stage. The principle of development for housing and employment is confirmed through its allocation in the development plan. The development itself offers a significant contribution towards the Council's aspirations for growth and new investment in Bolsover and will deliver all the housing and employment delivery targets for Clown. The quantum and type of development proposed strongly accords with the policy SS5, and the parameters plan submitted strongly reflects the indicative master plan for the site contained in the development plan. There is a small portion of the site on the western boundary that is still designated as Greenbelt. However, no built development is proposed in this area, and for the reasons set out in the committee report, no very special circumstances are required in this case. The principles proposed align with the aims and requirements of the development plan, and there is no reasonable basis in planning terms to conclude that the principle of development should not be accepted. This is an allocated site in the development plan that would contribute significantly to housing and employment need in the district. Just turning to viability and infrastructure. The applicant can meet the requirements of what the council consider to be critical infrastructure, which includes, in summary, the construction of a new primary school, a contribution towards secondary school places, the delivery of the Treble Bob roundabout improvement, the delivery of the M1 Junction 30 mitigation, a travel plan contribution and a healthcare contribution. In addition to the above, it has also been confirmed through the discussions that 10% affordable housing provision will also be provided, which is policy compliant. There are two other contributions which are considered to meet the test set out in SIL Regulation 122, including the Special Educational Needs contribution and the Libraries contribution. These are non-critical, and the viability consultant, on behalf of the Council, has confirmed that these contributions cannot be made at this stage. However, a deferred contribution clause will be inserted into any Section 106 to ensure that if these contributions were found to be viable in the future, then the applicant will be liable to those contributions. It is noted that the Parish Council have made some requests for contributions, as set out in the committee update report, which will be talked about later after this presentation, and the committee report. There is mitigation considered critically necessary for the development to be acceptable in planning terms, i.e. to mitigate what would otherwise be unacceptable impacts. Whilst the Parish Council may deem the contributions requested to be necessary, they are not SIL regulation compliant. They have not been requested by consultees, they have not been costed, and such contributions cannot be justified as being critically necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. Even taking a scenario where they could be justified, they would be considered as non-critical infrastructure, and having regard to the viability position on non-critical infrastructure as set out in the committee report, they would only be payable if the contributions were found to be viable at a later stage in the development process. In summary, it is considered that the critical infrastructure needed to facilitate the development, including policy-compliant levels of affordable housing, will be delivered. In terms of biodiversity, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust have confirmed that no survey work or additional survey work is required following the work carried out in 2017-18. As set out in the committee report, there could be some potential impacts to biodiversity and trees within the site, which does conflict with the development plan. However, the development would also deliver significant biodiversity net gain improvements. And just so members are clear on biodiversity net gain, from the 12th of February this year, biodiversity net gain became mandatory for major developments. This means there must be a 10% net gain for major developments that was submitted on or after the 12th of February 2024. Given that this application was submitted prior to biodiversity net gain becoming mandatory requirements, the Council cannot enforce these requirements onto this application. Therefore, we must revert to the requirements of the development plan and the NPPF, which advocate for net gains where possible and no net loss. The biodiversity net gain assessment submitted with the application predicts the following net gains: 18% improvements in habitats, 10% improvements in hedgerow provision, and 138% improvements in river habitats. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust has reviewed these proposals and welcomed them. Whilst there may be some harm, this is considered to be outweighed by the significant levels of net gain, which not only acts as a form of mitigation, but is also an enhancement. The Wildlife Trust have raised the same queries as those raised in 2018, which relate to concerns around the internal road infrastructure, or the potential of. Whilst those concerns are noted, there is no fixed layout at this stage because it is a reserved matter, and this would need to be considered at reserved matters stage. There will be some inevitable tree loss from the development. However, the level of removal will only become clear at reserved matters stage. Whilst there will be some loss, there will also be some significant gains in replacement planting. And if it is considered that further planting is needed, then this could be requested at reserved matters stage. A condition has also been attached to ensure that a new ARB impact assessment is submitted as part of reserved matters applications where this is considered to be applicable. In terms of potential landscape impacts, these would be more harmful in the earlier stages of the post-development phase for the obvious reasons, and would reduce in the longer term once the landscaping and green infrastructure matures. In terms of green space, there is provision for formal and informal green space, which would include the delivery of a town park, a village green, additional allotment provision and accessible local green space. The Bolsover Green Space Strategy identifies that Clown does not have a town park, and there is also an existing shortfall in the quantity of formal green space and semi-natural green space in the area. The Green Space Strategy identifies that the key priorities for Clown is to address these problems, and the application contributes significantly to addressing these issues. Development proposes more formal green space than the policy requirement, Given that the proposals exceed the policy requirement and will deliver typologies of green space that are needed in Clown, the proposals are a benefit in the planning balance. In relation to sports provision, concerns have been raised that the sports strategy has not been submitted as requested by Sport England. Firstly, Sport England are not a statutory consultee on this application, and they have not objected. Notwithstanding this, the requirement for a sports strategy has been requested as part of a phasing condition. It should be noted that the latest playing pitch strategy that we have in the evidence base suggests that if the existing facilities in the area are utilised more efficiently, then there will be sufficient provision to meet the additional capacity generated. However, it is also noted that demands can change. The submission of a sports strategy will identify the demand for a pitch in the area, as well as potential timing and delivery, if the need is there. It is noted that there is not currently pitch provision demonstrated on the parameters plan. However, this is not going to be an approved plan, and if the need is generated, there is no reason why one cannot be delivered as part of the 10 hectares of formal green space proposed. In relation to heritage, less than substantial harm is likely to result from the development. Due to the high-level nature of the application, it is difficult to assess what the precise impacts will be, and this will only become clear at reserved matter stage. A heritage impact assessment can be requested at that stage if it is considered to be necessary. In accordance with national and local planning policy, the public benefits need to be weighed up against less than substantial harm, and this exercise is set out in the committee report. And as you will have observed, any potential harm to heritage assets should be given significant weight. Whilst considerable weight must be given to harm and lack of preservation, it is not a case that this cannot be outweighed by other material considerations considered powerful to do so. And the Council considers that there are significant public benefits that outweigh the harm in this instance. And this is discussed in the committee report and will be discussed in the presentation. In flood risk, the site is situated entirely within flood zone 1. The main consideration in flood risk terms is the potential impact of additional surface water. The drainage strategy, the principles of which are set out in the committee report, proposes a range of sustainable drainage methods which would ensure that surface water runoff is managed. Whilst DCC Flood Risk do not object to the application or the drainage strategy principles, they acknowledge in their latest response that Storm Babbitt improved their understanding of existing flood risk in the area. On that basis, a further condition has been requested that requires a detailed hydraulic analysis of all watercourses within the site. Concerns have been raised by the community in relation to potential impacts to Halsop Dam. 3 main concerns were raised in 2018 and have been submitted again as part of the 2023-24 consultation process. And these concerns have been raised again. And in summary, they include the removal of the agricultural catchment, which will increase discharge rates into the dam. The road downstream needs careful consideration to prevent water backing up or causing submergence of the dam, potential water quality effects through the construction processes. That response is actually in full on the public website. These concerns can be dealt with through an effective surface water management scheme and effective construction management provisions, which can be secured by way of condition. The Environment Agency have been contacted directly for comment on any potential impacts to the dam, and they have not raised any concerns. Overall, neither DCC Flood Risk or the Environment Agency object to the development on flood risk grounds or drainage grounds, subject to conditions. In terms of highways, there are no objections from either DCC Highways or National Highways in relation to the method used for assessing traffic impacts in the transport assessment or the transport assessment addendum. The applicant has accepted a compliance condition which proposes floor space limits for each use. The floor space limits for each use mirror the development use breakdown set out in the TA addendum. This breakdown has been used to agree the highway mitigation requirements DCC Highways have reviewed this condition and the wording and are satisfied. In relation to connectivity, there will be a Section 106 requirement to produce an active travel and passenger transport strategy. In addition, a planning condition has also been added which would ensure that as part of any phasing plan, the applicant will need to submit details of off-site pedestrian crossings and on-site highway connections, which include footway and cycle paths. There is a lack of highway impact modelling at some junctions within the town centre, including junctions at High Street Mansfield Road, High Street Bolton Lane and North Road Station Road, which was raised as a concern by DCC Highways in 2018. However, it has never been suggested by DCC Highways that this would form a reasonable basis to refuse the application. What should be noted on this point is that the development plan identifies a number of highway improvements that are needed in Clown to facilitate the development on the back of the work undertaken when allocating the site, and no improvements have been recommended for those junctions mentioned. In terms of mitigation, following detailed discussions with DCC Highways and National Highways, the scheme for the Treble Bob roundabout now shows that a signalised roundabout, including a cut-through, to be the best performing scheme. This scheme would need to be delivered prior to first occupation of any development. Whilst this is a form of mitigation in highways terms, in planning terms it is a benefit, as it will help Bolsover to achieve the housing and employment growth envisaged for the area. So on the top left there is the Treble Bob improvement scheme and image. There should be one also an extract in the committee report as well. There is also an off-site mitigation scheme proposed at M1 Junction 30. The mitigation scheme is split into two phases. The first is an interim scheme and a larger scheme would come forward later. The interim scheme would involve the signalisation and local widening of the southbound exit slip road, and the larger scheme would add signals to the northbound exit slip road. The interim scheme would need to be delivered prior to occupation of any development, and no more than 200 units could be occupied prior to delivery of the larger scheme. So, roundabout improvements are also proposed at Balborough Links. This includes widening of the southwest and northeast sides to allow increased entry and exit provision. A four-arm signalised junction would also be delivered at the junction between Rotherham Road and Worksop Road. In terms of delivery of these schemes, the applicant would need to provide details of when these works will be delivered as part of a phasing plan, and this would need to be agreed with DCC Highways. So these schemes will need to be delivered, notwithstanding anything. There are potentially lane widening improvements proposed at Lindrick Way and Clown Road junctions. The trigger for the delivery of these schemes would only come after a period of junction capacity monitoring. This monitoring would determine whether the need for these improvements. In relation to design, this would be considered at reserve matter stage, as stated earlier. The council will want to see the site developed holistically, and so a condition for a design code has been recommended. In terms of residential amenity, there is nothing to assess at this stage because there are no detailed proposals for layout and scale. Residential amenity would be considered in detail at reserve matters stage. In terms of air quality, the demolition and construction phases will need to be managed carefully, and this can be done through a construction environment management plan. A condition is also needed to ensure that periodic reviews of air quality take place, as this is the most accurate way of assessing whether the potential air quality impacts are greater than the assumptions set out in the environment impact assessment. In relation to noise from construction activity, this again can be dealt with through an effective construction management plan. Given the high-level nature of the application, it is difficult to ascertain what the exact noise impacts will be, as there is no certainty at this stage on layout and scale. When the scheme was previously considered, the noise aspect was dealt with by way of condition, which meant that prior to submission of each reserve matters application, there was a requirement to submit and agree sound mitigation measures for noise from all sources, which is something we're doing again now. There are harmful and beneficial aspects to this application. In the balancing exercise, any harm to biodiversity and tree loss does not weigh in favour of the development. However, there is significant levels of biodiversity net gain and tree plants proposed within the scheme, which is an enhancement. Therefore, this harm could be effectively mitigated. The less than substantial harm to heritage assets has been given significant weight as the development will fail to preserve. However, as set out, whilst significant weight would be given, this does not mean this cannot be outweighed by material considerations. In this case, the Council considered there are public benefits which include the significant housing provision, the significant employment provision, the green space proposals and the education provision. When all of the above are considered together cumulatively, they would, in this case, outweigh the less than substantial harm identified. The highway mitigation will ensure that the development does not have a severe impact on the highway network. It is fully noted that the highway impact modelling at some junction in the town centre has not been undertaken. However, this does not form the reasonable basis to refuse the application as discussed earlier. The landscape harm identified would reduce over time due to the significant levels of landscape mitigation as set out in the committee report. In the planning balance, when the overall benefits are considered against the harm, it is considered that the benefits would outweigh the harm. There is significant mitigation proposed for most of the harmful aspects of this application, which does reduce the weighting given to them. So, in conclusion, Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act states that applications must be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The development complies with many of the development plan policies as set on the committee report. However, there are some conflicts, and in respect of those conflicts, there are material considerations that are considered to outweigh those conflicts. This is an allocated site in the development plan that will create significant levels of housing and employment opportunities. In addition, the new government's agenda is very clear that development delivery is a key priority for them. On that basis, the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions and a signed Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve Gill, for your report. I'm now going to ask the Planning Manager, Chris Whitmore, to present the supplementary update. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Some further housekeeping from me in respect of the late representations that have been received following publication of the agenda for this planning committee. Members yesterday afternoon will have had circulated to them a committee update sheet which summarises all of those representations that have been received. I won't go through those in detail now. I'm assuming members have had opportunity to read those and had a look at the officer's response in respect of the concerns raised. Just to briefly summarise those, we've had 5 further letters of representation from members of the public raising various concerns, some of which have been commented on directly in the update report. Others, other matters that have been raised are sufficiently covered in officer's opinion within the committee report itself. We've had a traffic survey from Councillor Bennett, and I believe that Councillor Bennett, in his address to members, may be making reference to the traffic survey work. So you've got a copy of that, Appendix A of that update sheet. We've also had, in respect of some of the representations received, a number of concerns, which has resulted in officers considering 2 revisions to suggested conditions. I'll just talk you through those. You'll see the first representation from Mrs. Sharon Gregory has expressed some concerns with the use of tailpieces on planning conditions. And what tailpieces are a caveat at the end of the condition which will say something like, unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority. And the worry there is that creates uncertainty in that you're conditioning something, but then you're taking that away by allowing a caveat that allows an applicant to potentially agree alternative details with the authority and bypass the planning process if that was to be agreed through the discharge of conditions. Now, clearly for a development of this scale, the authority wouldn't seek to agree any significant changes to approved development through exchange of correspondence or through discharge of conditions application. It would be through a material amendment process under Section 73 of the Planning Act, which would be open to full scrutiny and public consultation, or it would be a non-material change under Section 96A. However, to avoid any confusion and uncertainty in terms of what that may mean, officers are satisfied that the tailpiece to the conditions that are set out in the late representation report can be omitted. So if members were minded to approve this application following the address by all the speakers and the debate on this item, the recommendation would be to approve subject to conditions as set out in the officer report, with the exception of those tailpieces to the conditions that are itemised in the update report to you. The final revision to conditions is in relation to condition number 5. Officers just wanted to ensure that there was sufficient clarity in the conditions to ensure that formal open space, the provision of formal open space, will include a town park and will include 10 hectares of land in area terms. So we just want to make that absolutely clear that it's not just a central green space, it is the provision of a town park as well in respect of discharging that condition and agreeing any future phasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Before we go through the speakers, just for the sake of my efficiency, if you don't mind, can I just do a register check that all the speakers who I've got listed are actually here? That would be really helpful. So if you just indicate you're here. So Councillor Will Fletcher, thank you. Councillor Duncan Hayward, thank you. Councillor David Bennett, thank you. Councillor Vicky Wappington, thank you. Jane Hayward, thank you. David Dixon, thank you. Alan Bailey, not here, thank you. Roger Dell, thank you. Denise Dell, thank you. Tanya Warren. So you're speaking on behalf of her, right? Thank you. It's part of your 5 minutes. Thank you. Tanya Warren, so that's not right. Cheryl Phillips, thank you. Is Gareth Phillips with us? Thank you. Dominic Webb, thank you. And lastly, Greg Lindley, thank you very much indeed. But before we start with the speakers, the Assistant Director Planning, Sarah Kay, just wishes to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of Tanya Warren, we have a late representation from her to read out. So when you get to the point where she's been allotted her time, I'll read out that representation on her behalf. That's also the same for Steve Singleton on behalf of Clown Parish Council. I have a late representation to read out on his behalf as well, so I will take those 5 minutes that have been allotted on his time. Just before we move on to the public speaking, Chair, I just need to make members aware of a procedural matter. So we've received communications from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government during the week before, after the officer report was published, to say that, just to advise us that they've received a request to call in this application. I'll read out what the Secretary of State have said in that respect. They've said, as previously mentioned, the Secretary of State have received a request to call in the application. It's not the Secretary of State's policy to consider call-in requests before the local planning authority has determined the application or resolved to approve it. So what the Secretary of State have asked us to do is we need to proceed with our committee today and with a committee resolution, but we won't be permitted to issue a decision notice until we've communicated that back to the Secretary of State, and they may then at that point choose to call in the application. So I will keep planning committee members informed of that in due process. But in terms of today, you are still here to make a resolution on behalf of the application itself.
Thank you very much indeed for that clarification. So without further delay, can I now invite Councillor Will Fletcher, representing Clown West, to come to the desk and make your 5-minute presentation. Over to you, Councillor Fletcher.
I will remind you when you have 30 seconds left of your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Committee. Since May 2023, I've spent many hours discussing the proposed development with my constituents in Clown West and within Clown more broadly. It is clear to me that they are overwhelmingly opposed to this development. This opposition is for many reasons, but one topic that comes up time and again is the impact on our roads. There is much that I could say about this, but I would like to focus purely upon just 2 junctions within my ward, High Street Mansfield Road and High Street Booton Lane. As a regular road user myself, I know that it is not uncommon to find bottlenecks at these junctions. At the mini roundabout at High Street Mansfield Road, it is common to find that traffic queues along all 3 approaches at peak hours. This is clearly exacerbated by the queues of traffic caused by the junction further along High Street with Booton Lane, a junction that I'm sure everyone in this committee meeting today will have used when entering this very site. This junction at High Street Booton Lane has continually been a matter of concern for Derbyshire County Council Highways. A review of the various planning applications relating to this very site shows that they have continually expressed concern about the junction and that it is nearing the point where mitigations will be needed. The level of traffic from development thus far has not triggered the need for an improvement scheme at this junction. However, given that DCC Highways have repeatedly expressed their concern, it is abundantly clear that it is only a matter of time and that this junction could not sustain much more traffic at all before improvement works would become necessary. All of this is significant because of what is lacking in this application, as outlined in the committee report. Namely, any modelling of these two junctions and the impact of a potential 20% increase in traffic upon them. This lack of modelling, as has been referred to already, is a concern that DCC Highways have been raising with respect to this application ever since 2017. Indeed, they made very robust representations about this in their letter dated the 25th of June 2018, which they submitted prior to the previous committee. In this, they were clear that they, quote, don't see a clear solution to the wider highways issues, particularly in relation to the rest of the network around Clown and in the settlement centre south of A616. Here, they go on to name several roads, including High Street and Booton Lane. The conclusion to this letter was even more forthright and asked that it be made clear that, quote, Bolsover District Council acknowledges the proposed works to Treble Bob and Junction 30 will not solve the long-term highways issues for Clown. And they called for, quote, these issues to be addressed in a fundamental way through the development and agreement of mitigation and funding strategies by Bolsover District Council, supported by Derbyshire County Council in advance of development commencing. We are now 6 years further on, and none of this has happened. Instead, we are left without any assessment of the impact that this development will have upon these two junctions, or any idea as to whether there even exists a suitable solution to mitigate this impact. Apologies for my phone, my watch deciding to talk to me during this. While DCC Highways feel, especially given the site's allocation in the local plan, that there are not sufficient grounds to object to this application, their concern is clear over countless years and a great many submissions in relation to this application. It is true that the committee report recognises the lack of assessment at these junctions. As it states, this provides some conflict with the NPPF at Section 9. I would argue that this underplays a wholesale conflict with Section 9, which states that transport issues should be considered from the earliest stages of development proposals so that the potential impacts of development on transport networks can be addressed. Without a proper assessment of these junctions, it is simply not possible to even begin to understand the potential impact, let alone to address it, or to determine whether the impact is acceptable in planning terms.
Councillor Fletcher, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. It is my opinion that the lack of assessment is so fundamental that it should be given significant weight, not in favour of the development in the planning balance, not the moderate weight currently proposed within the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fletcher. Do any members of the committee please have any questions for Councillor Fletcher? No, thank you very much indeed. You may resume your seat. Can I now invite Councillor Duncan Hayward, representing Marlborough.
Clown North.
And Clown North. Sorry, it's not on my sheet, but I take your word for it.
Yeah.
Clown Parish Council has submitted a wide range of objections to this application. We are clear that the residents of Clown do not want this application to be approved, I want to highlight two issues. First one is flooding. Clown's Old English Anglo-Saxon name means place of springs. The first two houses we lived in had cellars that flooded each year to the top step. Many old houses in Clown experienced the same. The former Anchor Inn has a stream running through its cellar. When they built the new tower block at Clown College in 1992, I was assistant principal and had monthly progress meetings with the architects and the developers. They had to drive piles to support it and had to go to a depth of 44 metres through clay before they hit solid rock. In the late 1980s, British Coal received planning permission to open casts for coal beneath what is now Dobbies and the NHS treatment centre. They're also granted the rights to take out the clay that lay above and below the coal seam. The golf course is where the 19th century brickworks were sited. It took advantage of the clay for the construction of Clown. So this area is full of clay, and clay stops water seeping into the ground. The deeds to our current house on Clown Road, Balborough, define that road as a watershed. Raindrops that fall on our side of the road seep into the soil, flow down towards Staveley, and thus into the Yorkshire River system. Raindrops that land across the road flow down towards Clown into the application site. From there, it makes its way through Cresswell, the Crags, Clumber Park, into the River Trent. The A619 from Balborough, past Van Dykes towards Whitwell, delineates the high ground to the north of the application site. Any rain which falls onto the area described is funnelled to the south of the application site where Hickenwood Lane meets Cresswell Road and Station Road. Since we moved to the area in 1975, the junction between Hickenwood Lane, Cresswell Road and Station Road has flooded at least 10 times. In the late 1970s, it flooded Sheffield Road and Mansfield Road in Cresswell from the live railway bridge down towards where Smith's Tyres used to be. The report describes the 2023 Storm Babette as a once-in-a-100-year event. Sadly, that is not the case. Global warming will increase the occurrence of these storms. The footprint of 1,800 houses and the additional conservatives extensions that people will put on, the roads, footpaths, school, doctor's surgery, etc., will severely restrict the ability of the soil to soak up and contain rain. I estimate that if that amounts to 50% of the site, then the chances of flooding will double. The application does not give any confidence that the flooding risks are fully understood or that the effective solutions will be implemented. Only last month, North East Derbyshire District Council refused a planning application quite a bit smaller than this in the Dronfield area, citing the risk of flooding as a reason for refusal. So you as the committee have a choice. The application site is a shallow bowl, collecting rain water from Balborough to the west, the A619 to the north, and the trigonometrical point on Hickenwood Lane to the east. The ability to soak up the rain is severely restricted by the underlying clay. If the application is granted, the site's ability to soak up the rain is halved and the probability of flooding is doubled. Water doesn't flow uphill, water doesn't flow through clay. Don't subject the residents of Hickenwood Lane, Cresswell Road and Station Road to even more flooding. I ask that the application is refused. The second point I want to make, finally, we do not want this application to be approved, but if it is, then we ask that our Section 106 bids are included. The Section 106 refusal cites lack of basis for costings. This is incorrect.
Councillor Hayward, you have 30 seconds.
And we have sent a copy of a letter dated the 11th of November 2021 from Steve Chapman, Senior Engineer at Bolsover District Council, which sets out the costings for the extension for the Clown and Balborough Cemetery. We ask that the committee includes these figures into the Section 106 allocations. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hayward. Do any members of the committee have any questions, please, for Councillor Hayward? Yes, Councillor Duncan McGregor.
Just for clarity on the the flooding that you referred to in Cresswell, could you give us the date, exactly what that flooding was?
I believe it was at the end of the 1970s.
Why would you believe that?
Pardon?
You believe it's the 1970s?
At the end of the 1970s, but
Well, just for one more clarity there.
Yes, please.
Where did you receive that information from?
my own observations. I had to drive
All
through
right.
there
Thank
on
you.
my way to school.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much indeed, Councillor
Thank you.
Haywood. Thank you. Can I now invite Councillor David Bennett representing Clown East, please?
Good morning, Chair and fellow councillors. Just a quick note, Chris Whitmore. I'm not talking on traffic, I'm talking on parking. Okay. I'd like to equate the committee to a doctor. You look at the case notes, you work out a plan of action, but the beginning of the Hippocratic Oath is first do no harm. And I suggest that this application is going to do a lot of harm to Clown and Barbara. I'd thank Councillor Heine Saunders for the use of his survey he did on parking across 2023 and 4. My very simple survey on Tuesday the 20th of August in the morning, 11 o'clock to 11:15, showed that all the sites I visited, Recreation Close and next to Nag's Head, the district parking sites, Aldi, Springs Medical Centre, the community centre, were all, to all intents and purposes, full, with overflow parking outside Mark Bays and on yellow crosshatch areas and on double yellow lines. A number of cars were also parked between the community centre and North Road, round the S-Bend as well, on both pavements, so inhibiting the flow of emergency vehicles, especially ambulances, who need to access the health centre. I would note that August is a month with many people away on holiday, and Tuesday, the working day, where people will not be in the centre shopping, they'll be at work. Therefore, the car occupancy rate would have been much lower than it would have been at a busier time of the week, such as Friday and Saturday. The development is for 1,800 properties, albeit over 20 years, but we have to look at what the long-term infrastructure requirements will be. Using an average of 2 cars per household, this means there's a potential for 3,600 more cars in Clown. Obviously, not all of these cars are going to descend on the centre of Clown at the same time. However, if we just suppose that only 10% would want to come in for shopping and other needs, such as the doctor, dentist, socialising and so on, that's an extra 360 car parking spaces that will be needed. We do not have the land in the centre on which to build car parking to that volume. If people can't park to shop in Clown, they will shop elsewhere. There is one mention of car parking in the planning officer's report on page 82. There is no mitigation offered, nor is there any proposed solution by the applicant. I would also add that there's no funding for any extra parking in section 106. Councillor Heine Saunders' report, ignoring the defunct Wilco's car park, gives an average of 75.5% usage of existing car parking. The maximum on a survey was 79.65%. Uplift this by an increase of 51% in the population gives a potential requirement of 113.25% requirement, or, on the higher figure, just under 120%. Whichever way one reviews a future car parking requirement, I submit that a development of this level in a conurbation the size of Clown is unsustainable in the long term. The heart of the village will become so clogged it will stop beating. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Bay. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Please, for Councillor Bennett. Thank you very much indeed. Can I now invite the next speaker, Councillor Vicky Wappington, please, representing, I believe, Balborough.
And Clown North.
And Clown North. Thank you.
Chair. Good morning. Bolsover District Council has over 5,000 houses, bungalows and flats to rent throughout the district, with a waiting list of 391 active applications, those waiting to have paperwork confirmed, and a potential 40 new applications per week. Of the proposed 1,800 residential properties to be built as part of Clown Garden Village, 10% or 180 houses could be deemed affordable houses for rent. These are not numbers that are going to end the rising housing crisis in Clown or throughout the district. Affordable social housing seems to be very low priority in developments, even in those that are as tremendous in size as Clown Garden Village. It seems developers can go to many lengths, to avoid their commitment to providing low-cost properties that they promise in their planning applications. This has been witnessed very recently at a new development in Balborough. Due to the development of Clown Garden Village being a build programme that is likely to be more than 20 years, the community of Clown are going to face years and years of disruption through increased traffic and traffic pollution, pressure on our infrastructure and increasing pressure on our services. For what? At best, 180 affordable homes for rent, but who knows what the actual figure will be? And more importantly, who is going to keep monitoring it? Economic growth is a must. We all understand and accept that. But let's get the balance right. Let's put in place the necessary infrastructure. Let's put in place the much needed services. Let's put in place the green spaces to be enjoyed by the existing and the growing community. Then, and only then, we as a community can continue to live, work and appreciate the village that we chose to live in. This planning application, in my view, does not meet the requirements and needs or contribute to the quality of life of the community of Clown. I'm asking you, the committee, to seriously consider these points and refuse this application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Wappington. Do any members have any questions they wish to put, please, to Councillor Wappington? Thank you very much indeed for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, can I now invite Councillor Jane Hayward, representing Balborough Parish Council.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Balborough Parish Council and Balborough residents. I would like to thank the officers for their work in this process because I know it's not been an easy process. But I must be very clear and say that in Balborough we think the conclusions and recommendations are not only wrong, but do not address the specific concerns of Balborough residents. The developers' proposals for Treble Bob in 2018 were considered lacking, and that they would increase the quantum of traffic and increase congestion. The developers' revised proposals in 2024 still do not address these issues and do not recognise the current pressures in Balborough. In September 2024, we face even more challenging traffic issues. Traffic has increased, in part due to the new housing developments in the surrounding areas. It is not possible to cross any part of the Treble Bob roundabout easily and safely at any time of the day. During rush hour in the morning and afternoon, residents face long delays in leaving the Balborough Links estate at the top and bottom of Slaley View Road. The only way people can get safe access to the village from the new Hawthorne estate, which is off Chesterfield Road, is by car. For many years, we've been pressing for a solution to all of this. The Clown Garden Village development is not the answer. In 2023, we commissioned an independent report from RGP Consultants, specialists in transport planning and infrastructure design. We also requested a follow-up report when further information was provided earlier this year, and RGP have given further advice in the run-up to the meeting. Their advice to the Parish Council is: this is an area that is inherently reliant on private car travel. There are a number of fundamental issues that are inherent to the site and its location. This includes the site's proximity to public transport, the availability of local amenities, and the suitability of existing and planned walking and cycling routes locally. Many of these matters are simply unresolvable in any meaningful way, given the inherent properties of the site and its surroundings. The comments from Active Travel England raise an extensive list of issues. Of the 21 walking and cycling review tests undertaken by Active Travel England, the proposed development passed only one of the tests. The majority of local amenities are located well in excess of the recommended walking distances from many parts of the site. With reference to paragraph 116 brackets A of the NPPF, not only should pedestrian and cycle movements be given full consideration as part of the development proposals, but these matters should be given priority, i.e. the most critical point of consideration when assessing a given site. The proposed development is a long way off being anywhere near acceptable in these terms and is clearly at odds with the national planning framework. The proposals have all the hallmarks of a car-reliant, isolated development and will simply exacerbate the severe pre-existing traffic issues that exist in the area. We have tried to raise these and other issues since May 2023. We have invited people to come to our meetings to explain what is proposed and how it could work. Neither Derbyshire Highways, Bolsover District Council or National Highways have responded. The planning team has ruled out our concerns and disagree with the RGP report. This agreement appears to be based on the advice from the developers and their consultants. We do not accept their conclusion. In Balborough, we are clear that the proposed solution will not work. The RGP report demonstrates this, and the lack of meaningful consultation means that we have been unable to help anyone find the right solutions to the Treble Bob roundabout. Our village will face continued risk and disruption, and at the end of this, we will still face huge amounts of traffic coming through the village with absolutely no benefit for Balborough residents. For these reasons, I ask this committee to refuse the application.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hayward. Do any members of the committee please have any questions to put to Councillor Hayward? No? Thank you very much indeed. Can I now invite the next speaker, Councillor David Dixon, to the desk? Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I am opposed to this, what I consider an excessive development, because it's going to change the character and rural nature of the landscape of Balborough and Clown for the years to come. I am not a NIMBY. You know, I understand that we need housing, but I think this is just 1,800 houses, I think, is just totally excessive. Before this development was even considered in 2017, since then there's been a considerable number of developments in and around the area that has contributed to increased traffic. You know, we've got Hawthorne Meadows that has been built off Chesterfield Road. Some, 55 properties on there. We have Van Dyke Village that has been built, another 50 properties. In the south of Clown, coming up Mansfield Road, 350 properties there, which has just added to the traffic population in and around Clown. And anyone wanting to go to the M1, obviously, into Balborough, Treble Bob roundabout. We also have, further developments down towards Bolsover, you know, again, they would always come through Clown into Marlborough to get onto the M1, just to increase traffic. We also have on the other side, on the Sheffield side, we have Killarmarsh, developments down there. This alone, with the properties that have been built since 2017, we've probably added another 900 extra vehicles into the area that will use Treble Bob roundabout and come into Clown. We've also got Renishaw, the developments down there, again coming up the hill, Treble Bob roundabout. When you look at the 1,800 houses that are proposed in this development, you're probably talking about another 2,200 cars, which is, I think has already been spoken about. We also look at down Maston Moor. They are currently building another 650 houses down there. I understood from the traffic survey they said any cars from there wanting to get onto the motorway would go down to 29A. That is rubbish. You know, Junction 30 is just up the road. So that's, again, extra cars coming into Marlborough. Yet another 350 vehicles. Overall, if you take the whole developments, you're probably talking, I don't know, another 4,000 vehicles. And then you've got the what will be the industrial area on Clown Garden Village. What's that going to bring in terms of HGVs and commercial vehicles? I don't know. So these routes, if we take the new estate in Marlborough, that is completely surrounded by vehicles coming into Marlborough. The pollution levels for them are absolutely horrendous. And I think overall, for Marlborough, this is not. I am really concerned about the amount of traffic pollution that we get in Marlborough, and this increase is not going to go down well at all with the residents there. So I am opposed, and I would ask this committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Okay.
I'd suggest that Sarah, you
Are you going to speak? Right.
So I'm just going to introduce the comments that have been raised by Steve Singleton, who was the clerk of Clown Parish Council. He was registered to speak here today, but unfortunately is not able to make it. So he's asked that I read out the comments that he's provided in writing to us. So it says, to be read out by the planning officer at the planning committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of September. Dear Planning Committee, as you are aware, Clown Parish Council opposes this development for the reasons formally submitted under separate cover. However, the Parish Council also remain concerned that the community infrastructure arrangements proposed for the development appear inadequate for this development, for a development of this scale and impact. According to the Office for National Statistics, the average occupancy is around 2.42 people per household. So applying this to Clown Garden Village will once all the houses are occupied, likely increase the population of Clown by approximately 4,356 people. In summary, we believe that the application should make contributions using Bolsover District Council's approved method for calculating the level of contributions required towards the following. A contribution towards the extension of Clown and Balborough Cemetery to meet future accelerated burials and cremations resulting from this significantly increased population. A contribution towards the extension for Clown Community Centre or a new community space within the parish for similar reasons. The pay for the extension and associated infrastructure for the allotments on Hickenwood Lane to increase their capacity and meet demand generated by this development. A contribution towards town centre improvement schemes to ensure that the connectivity between the development and the shopping area for Clown will remain fit for purpose. A contribution towards the Clown's community road and safety improvements. A critical point, and they will extend the local CCTV network within the new development. They ask for improved pedestrian crossing points, such as a puffing crossing as part of the improved connectivity between the new development and the existing area within the town centre. A contribution towards the development of a cultural hub that supports start-up and cultural industries, and improved pedestrian linkages to the Clown Greenway, from the development. The existing community infrastructure will be woefully inadequate to deal with such an increase in population, hence the need to ensure that mitigation is secured from the developer in such a way that there was a similar provision secured when the Barbara Links development took place. Waystone built from scratch at their cost through Section 106 obligations, a new state-of-the-art village hall in Balborough. They provided a Balborough country park over several acres, and they put in facilities like a play area and provided a golf course as part of those planning obligations, even though the development was significantly smaller than that is proposed at Clown Garden Village. We would respectfully ask that the Planning Committee ensures that the Section 106 funds, as per our costed estimates, are properly secured if this application is approved. Steve then thanks the committee members' time and consideration with regards to his comments, which I've just read out.
Okay, so thank you very much for all the speakers who've spoken so far. I am now proposing to take a 15-minute break for all, and we will reassemble here on the basis of 15 minutes. We call this 10:40, despite the fact that the clock says 10:37. Can we please reassemble in here at 10:55? Are all people happy with that? So we'll reassemble in here, 10:55 a.m. There is plenty of opportunity to buy drinks, etc., out from the various facilities in that area. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, everybody, for being back so punctual. It's much appreciated. So we'll now carry on, if we may, with the speakers. And the next speaker I'd like to invite to come up to speak is Mr. Roger Dell. Please. And Roger is speaking on behalf of Clown Garden Village Action Group.
Thank you, Chair. On page 58, page 158 of the planning details recently issued, it says the most significant of these interventions is at Treble Bob roundabout. It's therefore established that we're talking about the Treble Bob as the most significant issue. Now, the Treble Bob roundabout is supposed to carry 1,320 vehicles. That, in fact, is not enough. It's widely admitted that this entire development will take 20 years. The national allowance for traffic increase per annum is 2%. So the total load, which would have to be designed in, is not 1,320, but 1,840. So you're designing for 1,840 vehicles. The layout that was set up this morning showed the centre of the roundabout being retained. The layout in the pack that you have on page 59, renumbered as 169, says the option 2B realises the highest capacity. On that basis, it is assumed that this will be the layout. It shows total removal of the centre of the existing roundabout. The centre of a roundabout is not intended to be load-bearing, which is self-evident. It probably has nothing other than spoil in it the majority of height, perhaps 2 feet topsoil and grass on top of that. If you're intending to drive completely over that centre, which obviously will have to be taken out, you need to then allow the full roundabout foundations. The Treble Bob roundabout is heavily battered, and I think you'll all agree that, probably lifting the current roundabout, say, 20 feet above solid surface. So you're digging out, first of all, perhaps 20 feet. That would be removal of the whole of the centre, the current centre, and you will be putting back true road foundations for a further 20 feet above. You would then have to put blacktop on top of that, and you would have to tie the centre, the new centre that you put, with the current battered area. The batter, as far as I can see, is a soil batter. The maximum legal angle for a soil batter is 22.5 degrees. You can, of course, increase the steepness of the batter by putting in another material, such as split granite. But split granite has a lot of trouble, because you need then to put the split granite into gabions, you need to lock the gabions together, and unfortunately split granite, as you all know, is extremely pervious. So you've got the drain element from the centre through the new batters and out. That allowance would be for slump in the centre and severe cracking of the new blacktop that you put in. Obviously that is not satisfactory. So what is the answer? You can put a new lane in around the complete area, but in fact, can you get a new lane round. The civil engineering liability for a new lane is 6.2 metres, allowing for a layout of a new of a new lane on either side. You're talking about 12.4 metres. Also, that means that you're pushing...
Mr. Dell, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. That means you're pushing the battens, whether they be soil or whether it be split granite, into certain houses. I don't know actually how many houses, the back gardens of many houses, and also the Treble Bowl Hotel. In my mind, this, from a design point of view, is entirely impossible. And if not impossible, far more than the 3.2 million which AECOM and therefore
Mr. Dell, your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dell. Do any members of the panel committee have any questions for Mr. Dell, please? No, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dell. Can I now invite Mr. Greg Lindley, please, representing Clown Community Association, to come to the desk. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. So my name's Greg Lindy. I'm representing Clown Community Association members. We've been involved in this development, really opposing this development all the way through, and we don't feel engaged in the process in all of that time. You've failed to take the community with you over the life of this, from the point in 2012 when Bolsover Council rejected development to the north of Clown for good sound planning reasons, including connectivity, and now we find connectivity is ignored in section 106 because for some reason there's no case for it, which is clearly a nonsense given the time since then. Bolsover Council have consistently preferred and promoted the developer view on this over the community views. We just don't feel you're actually doing justice. There's a growth plan for Cresswell, there's a growth plan for Shirebrook. We don't get anything, we get a developer proposal. We feel it's a bad planning decision for Clown, particularly the Greenbelt loss. And you may say, well, that's dealt with in the local plan, but clearly it's still relevant. Clearly the changes, as soon as you wrote it, that issue was blown out of the water by the Colite development. Your special case for employment, really, as soon as you wrote it, went away. We've got now 56 hectares, 1.4 million square feet of development down at Colite that you have disregarded in the local plan entirely. And the report that you've produced now, this report, also disregards it. Where is the case for employment? Where is the special case for Greenbelt? The local plan did not adequately interrogate the Greenbelt, in my opinion, in the inquiry. It was essentially checking whether the local plan was sound. It was not doing a forensic investigation of the Greenbelt case. Watercourses. Sorry, I'm going to garble on because we've only got 5 minutes. Watercourses. Now, this is a key concern. This is the headwaters, as has been said, of the whole stream system. It should not be contemplated to allow the developer to cut through the stream, both upstream of Halsthorpe Dam and immediately downstream of the dam, with immediate consequences for the stream environment, flora, fauna, habitat, wildlife. This can't fail but to destroy this watercourse at the very start, headwaters of the watercourse. The impact on the fishing lakes business are off the scale. Any major water downpour is going to immediately overflow. Your overflow water position is right at the top of the lake. There's no room for any attenuation to go anywhere else but straight into that lake system. In terms of your disbenefits and benefits, we don't feel that it's clear as we've set it out. We feel that the issues on agricultural loss are not included. There's a whole bunch of things that are put down where they're actually mitigations and not benefits. You can't categorise that as something positive when it's a neutral. If there's an The risk to our town centre is not fully assessed. This has already been noted, I'm sure. Both the conservation area risk and the traffic impact. To say in your report that we can leave the traffic impacts for BDC and DCC to sort out at a future point to avoid placing an undue financial burden on the development, that's your words, that's wrong thinking, I'm sorry. We have to ask you to look at the issues and look at the mitigation and not to say this is a future issue that the councils can deal with. So what don't we know? We don't know about the road impacts in Clown, we don't know the mitigation of those, we don't know about the connectivity Clown, we don't know, the employment numbers are confused, the socio-economic impacts on Clown have not been clearly set out in the IAA. We don't know when we're going to get a design code. This has been talked about for years and years and years, and we still don't have a design code. And we assume the community will be involved in the preparation of the design code. We don't know what Garden Village title means. Is it just a marketing term or is it real? Because there are principles attached to that phrase. The sewage treatment capacity, we just don't know it. Where is the sewage treatment capacity statement? We don't know what the capacity is now. We don't know what it's going to be as a forward plan. We don't know about the state of the sewerage. That's also not stated. This is an old Victorian clay pipe system that we know is broken. Nowhere is that set out. Hedgerows. How will they be protected? You can't put them into gardens. If you put them in gardens, then they will disappear into the gardens. Rights of way are not adequately set out. Active travel and archaeology. Station Road Industrial Estate demolition. Your policy says that a prerequisite for change of use is that you'll have a marketing and viability assessment. We don't believe that's been set out for Station Road Industrial Estate. So the impacts on our town are A, not known and not adequately understood or set out. This is not right for Clown, and we ask you to reject it or defer it until we at least know all the information we don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindley. Do any members of the Planning Committee have any questions, please, for Mr. Lindley? Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Lindley.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Denise Dell, please, to come to the table and speak to the committee.
Good morning, everybody. Firstly, I'm reading on behalf of Mrs. Tanya Warren her objection to this planning application. First of all, councillors, please raise your hand if you have carefully read all 227 pages of the officer's report.
Councillors, you're under no obligation to indicate anything.
Mrs. Warren says, in addition, we live in Creswell. Our son Bobby was born 10 weeks early. He has needed emergency medical treatment at Chesterfield Royal Hospital several times. Each time, we have been able to get him to the hospital in time, and so he has continued to make good progress. I object to the approval of the Clown Garden Village application because, if it is approved, and Bobby needs emergency medical treatment again, the travel delays caused by roadworks or by the predictable long-term traffic problems could cause him severe damage or worse. Councillors, please vote against this planning application with its very high risks to anyone having a medical emergency. If you have not truly read every page of the report, I suggest you do not have the right to vote in favour of the application. Moving on to my own objections in the limited time remaining owing to the Council's gagging proposals for the procedure, I would like to touch on the issue of water quality. The drainage and sewerage problems have been mentioned, but people may not realise that the Clown area is completely unsuitable for any large-scale development because the downstream area is so highly ecologically sensitive, for example, Creswell Crags and Clumber Park, and farmland which may require use of the drainage water to irrigate food crops people are going to eat. No relaxation of quality standards in the effluent from the sewage works, such as nutrient levels of phosphates, should even be considered. And I used to work for Anglian Water Sewage Division, so I have some appreciation of this. There's also no large river close at hand, the Trent is many miles away, that would provide a dilution effect to poorly or partially treated sewage works effluent, nor is there a suitable site in existence at a gradient level to which storm flows would drain, where you could construct absolutely vast storm tanks. Any such proposal would also have an appalling environmental effect due to the huge amount of concrete that you need to construct storm tanks to hold storm flows. If the strategic local plan mentioned by the officer did not take this into account, that plan is fundamentally faulty and should be amended, and this application in the meantime should be refused because the sewage from all those houses and factories would have to be dealt with, and there is no feasible way in existence on this land to do it. In my last few seconds, I wish to address the unmentioned topic of light pollution. It's now scientifically recognised as harmful to people and to vital insects, birds and mammals. Without the insects, we do not get our food crops pollinated and we will starve. It's already happening. At present, the application site generates virtually zero light pollution, and there would be an immeasurable increase in light pollution were any proportion of this building to go ahead. Noise pollution and particulate pollution are now proven to affect
you have 30 seconds.
To affect human fertility. And the loss of species, which can happen within 12 months, can affect the food chain balance, as I have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Dell. Do any members of the committee, please, have any questions for Mrs. Dell? Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Dell. I'm now going to invite Officer Sarah Kay, who is going to read out a presentation from Tanya Warren.
Thank you, Chair. So actually the previous speaker, I believe, has read out the exact same wording from Tanya Warren as part of their speech, but it was provided to us in an email to be asked to be read out as well. I've just checked off every single sentence, and the speaker did read it out word for word, so I don't intend to repeat it again. So members have heard the representation from Tanya Warren.
Thank you very much indeed, Officer Kay. Thank you.
Chair, perhaps we can give Mrs. Dell another 2 minutes because she wasn't advised that. Just to be fair.
Mrs. Dell, would you have any advantage from having another 2 minutes because you weren't advised of that? Do you want to have 2 minutes just to expand on that, or are you satisfied that the topic's been covered? But we will restrict you not unreasonably
That's
to
fine,
2 minutes.
that's fine.
Okay.
I would like to mention one other issue. Much has been made of the Treble Bob roundabout. I would like to point out that the diagrams shown, even so magnified on the screens, are too small to see that in the proposed best solution of roundabout with a cut-through, they propose to make Slaley View Road the entrance to the estate with nearly 2,000 residents and hundreds of cars, entrance only. people already queue to get out at the Barbara Links roundabout in the morning, the effect if the entire estate has to get out down the hill to the Barbara Links roundabout, and then some of them be added to the traffic up the hill, up Oxcroft Way towards the Treble Bob, is absolutely unthinkable, and it will add desperately to the air pollution within our trapped in a triangle estate, because all the queuing traffic will be emitting particulates, and even the electric vehicles will be creating concentrated tyre and brake dust. Are the council aware that this was not mentioned by the officers in the report, that our estate would be made into a partial one-way system?
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Dell. Thank you. Right, so Cheryl's here. Can I now invite Cheryl Phillips, please, to the table to speak?
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have mental health issues. I don't even leave the house usually. So I've written it down and I'm probably just going to read it.
Okay, that's fine.
I passionately object to the Clown Garden Finish application. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, Article 16, states that the family is a natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. My husband and I chose to buy our home, our first home, actually, on the basis that it provides an ideal location in which to raise our family. I have 2 daughters. At present, we have very good access to green space. The children can play in the fresh air. Excuse me, in the fresh air. We also have really good access to local schools, which are really good schools as well. I'm medically unable to drive. Therefore, I walk everywhere with my children, other than when I've sprained my ankle and limping about now. I also have protected characteristics under the Equality Act 2010. If you, the responsible councillors, who I believe for the most part do not live in the area, choose to vote to approve this planning application, you'll be responsible for a huge increase in vehicle traffic along the 3 major roads, which is completely surrounding the estate where we live. If you approve this planning application, you'll be responsible for putting my children and myself in greater danger every time we walk to and from school. If you approve this application, you will be responsible for putting my children and myself in greater danger. You'll also be responsible for anticipated overcrowding in the secondary school that my children are set to attend. If you approve this planning application, you'll be responsible for increased air pollution from traffic, which is now increasingly proven to cause multiple kinds of health damage. My family and I will be subject to this health damage in our home, our garden, and every time we leave the house. Article 25 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights states that motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance. I strongly urge you, councillors, do not take action that damages mine and my children's human right to a continued healthy and happy life. Don't take action that infringes my rights under the Equality Act 2010 as a disabled person. Please reject this application.
Thank you very, very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Rohini Saunders.
Yeah, just a quick question. Where you talked about your children going to school. Whereabouts in the village do you live?
I live on Barbara Links.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not
So they
in
go to
Clown
Barbara
itself.
Primary, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions? No? Thank you very much indeed, Mr.
Thank
Phillips.
you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Mr. Dominic Webb.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, councillors. As Active Travel England say in their last submission, this is the only time you're going to get to consider matters in full. This is an outline application, so therefore you're assessing the parameters of the application and what will come at future reserve matter stages. So does the evidence base that you as a council have continue to support the site's allocation in this application? I would suggest to you it does not. The main document underpinning this application is a Clown Transport Study. It's in the environmental impact assessment, it's in various transport assessments, and it's elsewhere throughout this application. It's from 2016. It uses a methodology that tricks the national preeminent authority on trip generation says is an outdated methodology. The environmental impact assessment is outdated and silent on many issues. Halsthorpe Dam has not been assessed. It is private property. For 8 years, the owners, who are sat there, have been begging and pleading with the applicant and the council to engage with them. You cannot have assessed Halsthorpe Dam, and I'm looking at the applicant now, because it is private property. You would be trespassing. There is no plead in the fifth in this country. The environment impact assessment fails to address the Scope 3 emissions of the medical land that is detailed within the application. The recent Supreme Court ruling overturned the High Court appeals ruling that this could be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. It cannot. The NHS has over 2,700 pages of prescribed guidance on how you burn medical waste. It is therefore easily quantifiable, the emissions that will occur from downstream of this development because of the medical site. The medical site is £2.7 million worth of profit in the viability assessment. The medical site is not wanted by the Integrated Care Board. The planning officers are going along with the fact that this site is going to, the medical site will appear. If it doesn't, the viability of this site is blown out of the water. You cannot give due regard to the environmental impact assessment as it is presented because it is outdated and it is missing key information that is now legally required. I think on a moral basis, you've lost the community. The sheer amount of effort that has been expended by people fighting against this application would have been wholly better spent if the applicant had engaged with the community, if the council hadn't abandoned the two parish councils concerned. The community infrastructure funding being cut is an absolute disgrace, and there is nobody that I am looking at now who can leave this room and say that this council has done anything other than abandon the residents of Clown and Balborough. The only economic objectives since 2017 that this council has had for Clown and Balborough are notional, according to Derbyshire County Council, because the applicant hasn't even formally submitted them, roundabouts. You had one economic objective in your ambition statement as a council, and that was for Clown and Balborough, and that was for Clown Garden Village and the Colite site. And the council then pulled it once you built the Colite site. You have failed as a council the parishes of Clown and Balborough. You have no moral authority, and I will say this, and I really am sorry that this has to be said, but the applicant is not welcome in the parishes of Clown and Balborough. We will be fighting every single reserve matters application that will come after
Webber,
this.
you have 30 seconds.
And I think it will come as no surprise to you to say we already have a judicial review appeal already drafted, because the environmental impact assessment is so woefully lacking, is so negligent in the information that is missing. You've relied on the officers, the planning officers, reconfiguring this application at the last moment and relying on phrases to say that there is more green infrastructure, and we don't explicitly say there won't be a football pitch, but we're not saying that there is. You cannot approve this application.
Thank you very much indeed. Do any members of the Planning Committee please have even though he's decided to leave the desk, do any members of the Planning Committee have any questions they wish to put to the Speaker, Mr. Webb? No. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Webb. Right, so we're on there now, are we? Right. Right. I'm now going to invite the applicant, on behalf of the applicant, and Mr. Dominic Page, to come and speak from here. And just so that all members present are aware, given that the applicant is now going to speak on behalf of, or the speaker is speaking on behalf of the applicant, he will be given 15 to 20 minutes to go through. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Page. We'll start off, if you don't mind, with setting our timer for 15 minutes and then advise you have 5 minutes remaining. Okay? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, members. My name is Dominic Page and I'm the agent for this planning application. Before I discuss the application, I'd just like to extend my thanks to the committee for allowing some extended time for me to present to you today. I intend to summarise some of the important background context to this outline application before getting into some of the detail around the benefits of development, a brief summary of the key technical matters, and then concluding with a summary of the planning balance. In many respects, the headlines to this planning application are relatively straightforward, in so much as the site is allocated for development. The planning application proposes development that aligns with the allocation. The application previously received a resolution to grant permission, and the development proposals remain unchanged. The unresolved Section 106 issue has now been resolved, and the overall package of planning obligations has substantially increased. I appreciate, however, that the reality of this application is much more complex, and members have a multitude of issues to consider when taking a decision today. As the officer's report highlights from the outset, this application previously received a resolution to grant planning permission from this committee in June 2018, at which time members were satisfied that it would be appropriate to grant outline planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement. At the time, the only unresolved matter related to the design of the Treble Bob roundabout improvement scheme that would inform the completion of the 106. A substantial amount of time and consultation has ensued since to design an agreeable junction arrangement that satisfies the local highways authority and national highways. An agreement has now been reached on this matter. The proposed development has otherwise not changed since the resolution was given in 2018, which in theory should now pave the way to a positive decision. However, I appreciate that this application is locally sensitive and there are many other issues that must be fully considered again as part of the committee's decision. Before getting into the site specifics, it's important to take a step back and consider the wider context that this application sits within. As members will be all too aware, the country has failed to deliver sufficient housing to meet the needs of the population, and particularly the pace of household formation up and down the country. There are multiple reasons for the increase in household formation.
I'm very sorry to stop you, but unfortunately, and it's no fault of your own, but one or two members, I think members of the audience, are struggling. Can we increase the volume, please, slightly, for Mr. Page? Thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. I'll just carry on from where I was?
Yes, if you would, please.
As members will be all too aware, the country has failed to deliver sufficient housing to meet the needs of the population, and particularly the pace of household formation up and down the country. There are multiple reasons for the increase in household formation, which is not simply down to birth rates and people living longer. However, the simple fact is that the country has not been building enough houses over the last 40 to 50 years to match changes in population. The new government has made it clear that it is time to change this pattern of deficient housing delivery, and central leaders have stated clearly that bold decisions are needed by local planning authorities in order to deliver sufficient housing and infrastructure to help the country grow. To make this happen, the government has already started consulting on changes to national policy, both in terms of mandatory housing targets and the method of calculation, which is likely to increase targets for many local authority areas, and also making radical changes to national Greenbelt policy. If all of these changes are adopted, as is currently expected, local planning authorities up and down the country are likely to see an increase in planning applications for residential development on unallocated sites within the Greenbelt. From a local authority perspective, this will place greater importance on having a supply of allocated sites in an up-to-date local plan to defend against speculative development proposals elsewhere. For example, if planning permission isn't forthcoming on an allocated site within an adopted local plan, it's more likely that development will end up coming forward on unallocated sites, quite possibly within the Greenbelt. Such development will almost certainly be on a piecemeal basis, including a larger number of smaller developments in various locations, rather than a cohesively master planned basis in a sustainable location. In the absence of a local policy basis for such development, it's almost certain that the necessary local infrastructure to accommodate new development would not be delivered, such as affordable housing, schools, health services and highway improvements. Considering the application before members today, the fact is that this site is allocated for strategic residential and employment-led developments within an up-to-date local plan. The delivery of the site is critical to meeting the plan period development requirements for the district, including making a contribution to the Council's current 5-year supply calculations. Failure to deliver the allocation now will simply place pressure on other parts of the district, particularly as mandatory housing targets are brought back in at increased levels and Greenbelt restrictions are relaxed, a view that is shared by officers within the committee report. As already noted, the applicant appreciates that this proposal is sensitive locally and a huge amount of consultation has taken place over an extended period of time, with the applicant first engaging with the community more than 20 years ago. It is acknowledged that there is a lot of resistance to development in the area, with concerns raised around the scale of development and the provision of adequate infrastructure to accommodate the mix of residential and commercial uses. It is also important, though, to acknowledge a key stakeholder group that is often forgotten about during the consideration of major planning applications. Often referred to as the silent majority, it is essential to consider those people that ultimately support the delivery of new homes and jobs to the local area, but who may not wish to offer their support in the face of so many local objections, that may not be aware that the process allows for supportive comments as well as objections, or who may be too young to participate in the process. This important stakeholder group may include existing residents who are looking for their first home but cannot find suitable or affordable accommodation in the area, or possibly people who have left the area and are looking to return to be closer to family and friends. However, this group also includes much younger people who won't be aware of the planning process at this stage in their lives, but who will be looking for homes and jobs in the next 15 to 20 years and beyond. It is critical that these people are not forgotten when a decision is taken on this application. With this point in mind, it's worth spending a moment to consider some of the key benefits of the development and, importantly, the significant package of infrastructure improvements and financial contributions that the applicant has committed to delivering. In terms of housing, the development would deliver up to 1,800 new homes, including a mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4-bed dwellings that would meet a broad range of needs for the local population. Importantly, a commitment has been made to deliver 10% affordable housing on site in line with policy LC2, which would result in up to 180 affordable homes provided across the site. This commitment has increased from the provision of 6% that the committee previously supported in 2018. As noted earlier, this strategic site plays an essential role in delivering a significant amount of the Council's planned period housing requirement, including an important contribution to the Council's current 5-year supply calculation. A significant number of jobs would be generated by the development in a variety of ways. Temporary and contract-based jobs would be created throughout the construction process for all phases of development. These jobs will include apprenticeship and training opportunities, with links to be made between contractors and local employment and training stakeholders. Permanent jobs will be created by businesses taking accommodation within the commercial phases, offering the ability for local firms to expand, to find modern, efficient accommodation, or enabling businesses to move into the area. The development is likely to create a wide range of job types, including light industry, warehouse and manufacturing jobs, high-tech engineering and IT roles, especially as automation continues to grow in the manufacturing and logistics sectors, a range of office-based roles, including HR, finance, legal, senior management and support services. Jobs in service sectors will be generated through delivery of residential care accommodation and new hotel and retail uses. The majority of commercial uses will also generate wider opportunities for local, regional and national supply chains, potentially generating off-site jobs. Beyond the direct employment opportunities to be created, indirect jobs will also be supported and created. For example, local businesses that are owned or started by new residents to the development, or new jobs created within existing businesses in the local area as a result of increased spending by new residents, and increased trade opportunities with new businesses, all of which will boost the local economy. A lot of concerns have been raised by the community around the lack of infrastructure proposed by the development, and it is acknowledged that this has been a long-running point of discussion between the applicant, the council and key stakeholders. However, the proposals that are presented to members today include a significant package of infrastructure improvements and financial contributions to mitigate the impacts of development, and that will support the wider community. Amongst others, these measures include delivery of the improvement schemes to the Treble Bob roundabout and junction 30 of the M1 motorway, a range of local highway improvements in the surrounding area, including new junction arrangements to improve the flow and management of traffic, commitment to deliver a new primary school either directly by the applicant or through a financial contribution of £9.5 million, a financial contribution of £8.2 million towards secondary education provision, a contribution of £1.8 million to local health services, and a range of access, public transport, biodiversity and open space strategies with management provisions. In total, the package of infrastructure to be secured through a Section 106 agreement exceeds £25 million in financial contributions on top of the provision of 10% affordable housing. For the avoidance of doubt, this package excludes all of the infrastructure proposed on-site, such as the network of 57 hectares of green infrastructure, comprising various public open spaces, areas of new habitat, a central village green, play areas and allotments, all of which will be a significant public benefit to the local community. The mix of land uses proposed, the package of on- and off-site infrastructure and the benefits that will be delivered all align with the criteria of the Sites Allocation Policy SS5. I'd like to turn now briefly to run through some of the key technical matters that have been discussed throughout the application process. I don't wish to repeat all of what has been presented to members within the officer's report, but it's important to highlight several matters around which a large portion of local objections are focused and that are critical to the committee's decision. Regarding transport, the applicant has worked with key stakeholders over the last 10 years or more and gone through numerous iterations of assessing the impacts of development on the local highway network. Agreement has been reached on the assessment of highway impacts in terms of likely traffic generated by the development and, importantly, on the design of the Treble Bob roundabout and the improvements to the motorway junction. The application before members today therefore has no objections from the Local Highways Authority or National Highways, and planning conditions and obligations are proposed to secure the necessary on-site infrastructure and off-site improvements throughout the development process. Regarding the risk of flood, the proposed drainage strategy would manage surface water on-site through a sustainable drainage system to be approved when dealing with reserve matters and planning conditions. The outline strategy confirms that greenfield runoff rates can be achieved with appropriate allowances for climate change. The applicant's flood risk assessment and drainage strategy have been prepared in consultation with the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency, both of which have confirmed they have no objections to the development. Severn Trent Water has not raised an objection, but has requested a planning condition be imposed to deal with foul drainage. Regarding biodiversity, the majority of the site currently comprises arable farmland, which carries a relatively low value in habitat when scored against DEFRA's biodiversity metric. Higher value areas of habitat, including areas of mature and ancient woodland, will be preserved as part of the proposals. The applicant has prepared a habitat and landscape strategy that would deliver significant gains in biodiversity when measured using the metric. Significant gains would be achieved in habitat, hedgerow and river units that would be secured through a long-term landscape and habitat management plan. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust has confirmed its support for the development, subject to planning conditions and off-site mitigation relating to skylarks to be secured through the Section 106. It is acknowledged that objections do remain in respect of the historic environment. However, planning conditions are proposed to manage the impacts of development during the reserve matters process and pre-construction phases. The applicant agrees with the analysis of heritage matters within the committee report and how this issue fits into the balancing of matters overall. With the planning balance in mind, the committee report presents a clear weighing of the impacts and benefits of development, including how the development fits with local plan policies and identifying the relevant material considerations that should be balanced accordingly. Long-established planning case law is clear that it is unlikely that major developments of this scale will satisfy all local planning policy requirements and that limited conflicts will almost always exist. However, where limited policy conflicts do exist, major developments may still comply with the development plan when taken as a whole. The committee report adopts this approach by identifying where the limited conflicts with local policies exist, otherwise clearly setting out that the proposals comply with the majority of relevant planning policies for the site and the proposed development. Importantly, the report concludes that the development satisfies the site's direct policy criteria under Policy SS5 and that the application accords with the development plan policies overall, even though limited conflicts with a small number of policies exist. The subsequent assessment of material considerations in the report, both for and against development, is considered to be fair, and the officer's recommendation following this balancing of planning matters is considered to be robustly justified. So to summarise, the application site is allocated for residential and employment-led mixed-use development as a strategic site in an adopted and up-to-date local plan. The allocation aims to deliver a significant proportion of the Council's strategic housing and employment land needs for the plan period and beyond. Housing from the site forms part of the Council's current 5-year land supply. Central Government has made clear that the need for bold decisions to be taken by local planning authorities in order to boost the supply of housing and infrastructure across the country. An increased risk of speculative piecemeal development, including sites within the Greenbelt, could occur if planning permission is not granted on this allocated site. The Section 106 package includes 10% affordable housing and more than £25 million in financial contributions towards local infrastructure, including primary and secondary education and healthcare services, which is a substantial increase over and above what was agreed by this committee in June 2018. The majority of technical matters have now been agreed with relevant statutory consultees, and a robust list of planning conditions and Section 106 obligations would control the impacts of development going forward, including for highways and transport, flood risk and drainage, biodiversity and green infrastructure, the historic environment and other matters. Importantly, the development would result in a substantial uplift in housing for the districts, would create a significant number of jobs and training opportunities, and would deliver a wide range of local infrastructure and environmental enhancements. The application is considered to accord with the development plan when taken as a whole, and the relevant material considerations weigh in favour of granting planning permission. The committee report concludes that the statutory requirements of Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act has been satisfied, and the applicant supports the officer's recommendation for members to grant outline planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Page. Do members of the committee, please, have any questions they wish to raise with the applicant? Yes, I'll start with Councillor Heine Saunders.
Yeah, just a few questions for you. How long do you think it will take to deliver the Treble Bob roundabout?
I believe there'll be triggers put into the Section 106 agreement, which is based on the phasing of housing.
But how long do you think it will take the roundabout to be, the improvements to be delivered?
I don't know the actual construction period. I think there would be further design work to go through into the Section 278 process with Derbyshire County Council to have the full design signed off before works can commence.
Okay, because you've got a planning statement that advises you're going to start delivering houses next year in 2025, and we've got a proposed condition that says nothing will be occupied until the roundabout's completed. So you think the roundabout will be completed this year? Is that the assumption you're making?
No, the planning statement was submitted several years ago now,
Okay.
and obviously the delays in planning
So that's
decision
out of
making
date.
is yeah, in terms
Okay,
of that
cool.
particular comment that you've highlighted there, yes.
Okay, cool. I've got another few questions.
Okay.
Will the new housing estate contain a bus route?
I believe there's a public transport strategy to be agreed as part of the Section 106 agreement.
Will it contain a bus route?
I don't know at this stage,
Okay.
but I do know that there's public transport services along Barbara and Clown Road.
There are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got some other transport questions. I don't know if you've got people to support you, but if I can just ask those.
Yes.
Okay. When you when AECOM who worked for you reduced the traffic volumes from the Clown Transport study from the 85th percentile to the average, why was that?
So I'm not a transport consultant. I don't work for AECOM, so that's beyond my area of expertise. I do recognise that somebody from Derbyshire County Council Highways Authority is here. They'd probably be better placed to have that question directed to them.
Okay, two more questions. And they're both on traffic, so you may also move those over there. But one is really around the process. I was quite interested in the original traffic surveys that were done around Clown prior to the Clown Transport study. I was quite interested in checking them against the CCTV coverage that we've got around Clown. You refused me, or AECOM refused to send me the original traffic surveys. Have you actually still got them?
I can't comment on that, I'm
Okay,
afraid. I don't know the answer,
Okay.
sorry.
So if I was also to ask you why there's no audit trail on the trip samples that we used to predict the development traffic, you wouldn't know that either.
I don't, so I'm afraid I can't
Okay.
offer that to the committee. But again,
that's fine.
if that same question is directed to Derbyshire County Council, they may be able to offer some
They
further
may.
clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Saunders, you will have the opportunity when we get to discussion to ask the relevant officers who are present
Cool.
some of those questions,
I've asked
if
my
you so wish. Are there any other members of the committee who wish to ask Mr. Page any further questions, please? Right, well, thank you very much indeed. You now got to come with some further stuff. You're not. Right, we have, I'm quite surprised to say we've actually moved quite rapidly on with the meeting. So this is an opportunity now for members of the Planning Committee to ask officers any questions they wish. And once we conclude that, I'm hoping we'll conclude that roughly by 12:15, allowing the officers time to respond to some of those questions. We will try to then take a lunch break, if we can, at roughly 12:15, or if necessary, slightly later, depending on the number of questions. So if you now is your opportunity, members of the Planning Committee, to ask any questions you wish to, and please indicate your wish to speak so that I can make a record of who is going to speak. So I'm going to start with Councillor Heine Saunders. He's the first one to have indicated. Councillor Saunders, over to you.
Okay, I've got an awful lot of questions on the officer's report, so do you just want me to go through them one by one?
If you ask the question and then allow the officers to respond to each question, rather than having to store up all that information, I think it'll be a more productive process.
I agree.
Are you happy with that? Are you happy with that, officers? Yeah, okay. Fire away, question.
Okay, if we move to page 12 of the report, I've got some concerns around the Okay. I've got some concerns around the medical facilities as well. So as one of the speakers has suggested, the current response from the NHS says they would like to discuss the potential for 106 funding to be used to provide additional capacity at Springs Health Centre through an extension to the current building. Existing plans are for a one two-storey extension and one single-storey extension, providing new clinical rooms, increased waiting room space, administrative space, staff and storerooms. So that's the latest from the NHS, as was mentioned. Potentially this be on site. My concern generally is about that area is if we end up going down that route, there will be not sufficient parking on that for Springs Medical Centre to meet our local parking standards. So is there anything in this process where we can make sure that we get a proper medical facility? I'm concerned we go down the Springs route, ends up being wrong, but by then development's proceeded and we don't have one on site.
Are you answering?
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. A couple of things just to pick up on there. There's a bit of confusion between NHS contributions and the Integrated Care Board. So on page 12, we're looking at consultation response there from the Integrated Care Board. So we have had separate consultation response from Chesterfield Royal Hospital on behalf of the NHS. I just don't want to confuse those two things.
No.
But understand the essence of what you're asking there. And at this moment in time, you'll note that we have secured a contribution, a sum of money, a substantial sum of money. We have met with the Integrated Care Board and also the doctors and the partners at the existing medical centre in Clown, just to discuss their needs, current issues in terms of capacity and how they can be best addressed through this development. And they are considering options, let's say, so they're very much at the exploration stage at this moment in time, and they are considering obviously their existing premises, whether they're suitable for expansion, and also considering potentially other options, which may include a new medical facility somewhere else. But this contribution allows those monies to be spent on delivering that additional capacity when it's required, and we're satisfied that the trigger for it and the amount is commensurate with the scale of development proposed in this case.
Okay. Next question. Okay, if we move on to the top bullet point of page 13, I think I'm asking this in the form of a correction. Basically, you say the new primary school is to accommodate the 342 pupils that are likely to be generated by the development. But if we actually look at the DCC education update that they provided, they actually say, and it's on, I gave you this before the meeting, on section 4.1, they say a current assessment based on pupil yields of 24 primary schools per 100 is 432 pupils. So essentially, the estate will generate more pupils than you're asking the school to accommodate. And the reason you're doing that is that there's a projected capacity at 90 places at 5 years in the existing Clown infant and junior school. So I think that's right, isn't it? That's why. Yeah.
Latest response is the correct response.
So then, though, I think it's worth planning committee members, when we could think about the active travel objection that will in a moment, that 90 kids from that estate that are going to junior school will have to find their way out of that estate to the south of Clown, through the middle of Clown, to that infant school. So it's not that the new primary school accommodates the 342 pupils generated by the development. The development actually generates more than that, and some of those pupils will have to go elsewhere. That's right, isn't it?
So you're saying that the additional, sorry, you're saying that because there's additional...
Well, that's what Derbyshire County Council is saying.
Yeah.
So that's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, okay. Right, okay, my next question was actually the one about Treble Bob roundabout. So nothing's going to be occupied on the Treble Bob roundabout. How likely is it'll be delivered by the end of... We've talked about how quickly this is going to meet our targets. Do we really expect houses to be occupied next year or delivered next year?
It's unlikely to be the case given the timescales of the application and how long it's taken to get to a decision.
Okay, page 32. Page 32. Chesterfield Royal, the Chesterfield Royal submission. They've asked for £2 million, which we're ruling out. Have you actually asked them in relation to this application what it's for?
So, when we allocate sites in a development plan, we engage with key stakeholders, the Integrated Care Board being one of those. We'd expect any significant contributions towards healthcare provision to be identified at the local plan stage. We have, I mean, I've been at the authority for 5 months, but I know from my previous role in a neighbouring authority, I've sought to engage the NHS Royal Hospital to try and come up with capital projects to demonstrate that the needs arising from the development will result in a pressure on their service, and that can be fully costed so that weight can be given to any request for developer contributions. But this particular contribution is just for, or request is just for a sum of money. It doesn't relate to a capital project as such, and it's not being discussed or agreed with the Integrated Care Board. So in that respect, it carries little weight in planning balance.
So we've not asked them, basically?
I have asked them through a previous role, but we do have regular meetings with the Integrated Care Board.
Not in relation to this?
Not directly in relation to this application.
Okay. Next one is, again, on page 30. Again, this is about the Parish Council. So you said that the request from Barbara Clown Parish Council has been fully explored. I've got some views on it as a member of the Parish Council in terms of its appropriateness, but I'm just quoting from a letter from Steve Singleton to yourself, Steve. Hi, Steve. To help us with our deliberations, what level of detail in terms of justification for the level of commuted sums we've requested already submitted are you looking for? There is a Bolsover District Council planning guide available to us on this, and do you have an agreed calculator formula that I could have? He sent that on the 6th of August and he got no response. So is it really rational to say we don't know whether these are required to support the determination of the application? I think some of those points in the submission are very valid.
There's no guidance. There's no set formula approach to formulating the budget estimate. So, yeah, there's nothing to give. when we receive consultee responses, those consultee responses with financial contribution requests are done on a formulatic basis. So there's no guidance or support to give on that.
Can I just that? Just adding to that, Councillor Heine Saunders, planning obligations, as has been mentioned in the address from the applicant, planning obligations and conditions should only really be requested to make an otherwise unacceptable development acceptable. So you'll note in the officer's report that we've set out the developer contributions that are absolutely necessary for development to be acceptable to us in planning terms. It doesn't mean that other contributions that are fully costed, put forward as part of an application can't be considered, but they just be considered general benefits. They wouldn't be planning benefits. So there's a distinction to be made between necessary contributions in planning terms and just general benefits.
So basically, because there might be material considerations in this, you've not explored them because they're not planning related.
Whether general benefits can become a material planning consideration is a whole new another area.
Okay. All right. Next point is around the viability piece. I notice we've not got David from CP Viability today, so sorry about this. I'll be careful. I'm going to read this out because I think it's important. It relates to page 34, where you say that the arithmetic evidence base that informs the agreement between the officers and the applicant on viability is complicated and is not considered helpful to regurgitate here. On a crucial point, I disagree and have a question which I don't think is too complicated. The final points that brought us to a position where all the development could afford were the 106 items that were deemed critical by us, and the minimal affordable housing requirement were external costs and crucially profit margin, which was increased to 20%, thus reducing the ability to provide other infrastructure requirements. Now, in correspondence with David, which I've got here, this was done by relying on the whole plan viability assessment of 2018, the section on viability, which specifically excludes sites over 1,100 from its sensitivity test on profitability when assessing other lower levels of profit as originally suggested by our viability consultant. When asked why our financial viability consultant replied, maybe this was a typo. So my question is, do you think basing the profitability on a 6-year-old document that you're hoping has typos in it is the best way of coming up with that profitability rating?
My understanding of the typo was in respect of the scale of development and distinction between 1,200 houses and 1,500 houses. But in terms of the agreement to the 20%, that was based on the accepted profit margins that were included or agreed as part of that whole plan viability assessment work, and also other recent examples of applications that have been viability tested and that being considered an acceptable profit margin. So it's been consistent in decision making, which has underlined to some degree that percentage.
I would disagree. I'm not trying to be picky, Chris, but I would disagree with that.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just clarify as well? The viability consultant on the 20% margin said that they couldn't sustain the argument for a reduction of profitability. So the 20% was considered to be justified in the viability in terms of profitability.
Yeah, his original view was 18%.
I know, but he couldn't sustain that. He says that in his response.
You're right, he couldn't sustain that because no one had any evidence. The applicant.
It has to be based on evidence, though, doesn't it?
It does have to be based on evidence, but it's the best evidence we've got, a document that's that old and yet only works if you assume bits in it are typos.
But if a qualified viability consultant cannot sustain his position based on his own experience, then we have to listen to that.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand that. It's just there is no evidence there. Right. So next one. Local plan policy SC2 states the council will permit proposals for new development where it mitigates the effects of climate change. How does this development mitigate the effects of climate change? That might be a question for you guys. It might be a question for Chris.
Are you happy to answer that, or
I can come back on some high level stuff.
Yeah.
If I just come back on some really high level things. So
Yeah.
climate change, covers various things. This proposal includes sustainable urban drainage. As we experience more intense rainfall events more regularly, obviously we'll have to deal with that, and ensuring the sustainable urban drainage on site will be a response, if you like, to climate change. So that's something to bear in mind. This application is presented in outline. As part of any subsequent approval of reserve matters applications, we'll have the detail in terms of the appearance of any development, its layout, to maximise solar gain, everything else. Consider microgeneration equipment on some of the buildings, and that's something we can consider at a future date, but that's at a high level. Chris McKinney may want to come in, in respect to applying more detail to that response. I don't
do you
know.
wish to add to that, Chris?
Sorry, can I just add something?
Yes, certainly.
The applicant is proposing a sustainable drainage strategy, and the principles have been agreed by DCC Flood Risk, and they include a lot of sustainable drainage system proposals. Obviously, they need to be agreed in detail as set out in the condition, but they will contribute to at least improving climate change on that particular site.
Chris?
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, again, this sets out the strategic matters. This is an outline. There will be reserved matters for all of the various components and elements and phases of this development, and that policy will again bite in at that point in time.
Okay. Moving on to page 42. We are getting through this, honestly.
Pleased to hear it, Councillor.
Good. Right. Okay. Next question. The report, the football pitch, been mentioned. Report relies on the 2017 playing pitch strategy that if existing facilities were utilised more efficiently, then there would be sufficient provision to meet the additional capacity generated. You've used this in the report here to rescind the previous planning committee's conclusion that a new football pitch is required. So that's fine if that evidence is correct. However, it didn't take long because the leisure team just would sit through there. So I went and had a chat with them, and I've received a mail which I've sent on to you, which basically says it's a review of the provision around Clown, and clearly things have changed. We've got one pitch less in Clown than we did now, so we've replaced 2 grass pitches on this site, so that's effectively one less pitch in Clown. And to sum up, essentially existing provision is well used and in most cases already full. We do get requests from newly formed teams, 1 to 2 per season for pitches, but are usually unable to offer anything due to existing demand. So would it now be wise to include a condition that there is a football pitch in the report?
Chris, you can touch perhaps on the evidence base, but in terms of the sports pitch itself, we have conditioned a requirement for a sports strategy which will establish the need for a football pitch, because we know that things and needs move on, and it will also set out what the delivery and timing of that will be. There's space within the site to deliver that, and we've also conditioned the need to deliver 10 hectares of formal green space. In what form that takes, there's probably some flexibility in that. There will be a town park, but if there is a need for a sports pitch and it's demonstrated, then there's a high chance that one will be delivered.
But you
can we
go on, Chris.
Can we let Chris?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's play pitch strategy, so 2017, and that identifies the need for pitches, the needs for sport and the supply of pitches. And so it balances that and sets out a recommendation on how we seek to meet any additional needs. So one example of that is the sports pitch that is here at our facility at the Arc. That was a pitch that was essentially underused because it had flooding problems. Local people will know some of these things. Replaced by a 3G pitch, which is top quality, has kind of been used much more now as a result. And so that intensive usage is essentially what the strategy is setting out. So if we can get our pitches up to a high quality, they can be used more frequently and thus meet the need. So the refresh of the playing pitch strategy is still in procurement stages, but that will identify the level of demand and that supply of pitches, and set out, again, recommendations of where pitches, such as the one in Balborough, which suffers from flooding, and that limits the number of games that can be played on it, how those can be prioritised and brought forward. So that will affect the whole district, and that's in discussions with our leisure team through our kind of sport and recreation group, where we coordinate this with the sports institutes and associations. That will also set out how this site may be able to help meet those needs. And as the case officer, Steve, has suggested, there is a provision for 10-hectare sports or playing green space requirement for this site and a town park. And so that, if there's an additional pitch being required, then that could be met on that site. And that would come through the reserve matters. So I think the evidence will point out what our needs are, how best we can meet those, and if this site has a role to play, then it will be able to do so.
Okay. Moving on to something I genuinely think is a positive thing for the application. The work to increase, I know drainage is future matters, but I just have a question, and I don't know what the answer is. The work to increase the capacity of the culvert under Creswell Road and clearing the watercourse along Station Road, that is a good thing. But I can't tell from this when it will be delivered. Is that something that we don't know at this stage and will be covered in future matters?
I'll just have a couple of minutes just to.
Yeah, sure.
I think the simple response to that is it's an unknown at this stage, because although we've got a plan which identifies that sustainable urban drainage can be delivered on site, we haven't got the final detail. Until we get the final detail and the various phases of development in terms of where when the outfall from the surface water will reach that particular culvert, it's impossible to tell in terms of a definitive time when that will be provided.
Sorry, the flood risk assessment does make mention of it, but it doesn't mention the timings of it in terms of its delivery.
The flood risk assessment mentions upgrading the culvert. I think you need to use it. We'll get onto the conditions in a minute, but I think you need to put the technical note on Harsthorpe Dam in the conditions, because that's the one that actually says increased capacity. Just upgrading a culvert could involve putting a litter screen in front of it.
I understand the point you're making, and I think there is definitely an intent from the applicant to do that. It's mentioned in various documents, but if we can talk through the conditions. When
we get onto the conditions, I really think that's important, because it is a positive thing for me. Right, sorry, I'm on to transport now, so I think it's really welcome we've got DCC here. Right, so when we, page 70, I suppose, for other committee members. Right, we discussed the fact that the trip rates were reduced by the applicant from the Clown transport study, and you mentioned the decide and provide methodology in the report, which attempts to encourage drivers to use other methods of travel. Do you think that the applicant has undertaken a decide and provide methodology in order to reduce those?
Yes, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chairman, and through your good self. In this instance, the applicant has provided a more traditional approach to their assessment, but of course the conditions and the straight phasing strategy requires a more detailed approach later on, which inevitably will include that. I'm sure you're very much aware of the amendments that are coming forward with the MPPF and the vision-led approach in any event. So that decide and provide strategy, which informs the future evidence basis, how the detail which wraps around the reserve matters will certainly be embraced at that particular point. But for this particular point, a more robust assessment has been taken, which is more car-focused. That doesn't mean to say the Highway Authority isn't satisfied and can see clearly that there is an opportunity to enable active travel and public transport usage.
Okay, thank you. Page 73. You say on there that there'll be an increase there will be an increase of 20% in traffic travelling south. So this is getting onto the bit around Clown and the impacts on Clown. So the officers' reports say on 73 that there will be a 20% increase in traffic travelling south through these junctions. I think this is it's a correction, really, if I'm honest. What I think it says in the transport assessment addendum and the gravity model, it actually says 20% of the trips generated by the development will go through Clown. That's right, isn't it? It's not 20%. There's not a 20% increase on the traffic on those roads. We don't know what the impact is on the traffic on those roads, do we?
Yes, please.
For clarity, the distribution looked at the percentage of trips from the development and how they'd be assigned through the network. So yes, it's 20% of the development trips passing through the network.
Yeah, I just think it's worth letting committee members know that, because that's not quite right. Right, you've mentioned also, you mentioned actually back on page 70, you mentioned that some of the almost in justification for some of the figures, that some trips will be internal, so some cars driving from the new estate directly to employment zones. That's mentioned as, well, I guess as a traffic dampening thing. We've not mentioned anywhere that the applicants modelled 0 trips between the existing town of Clown and the employment site. So if we're actually saying that there's trips between the new houses and the employment site, which dampens down things, given the rest of Clown itself is slightly bigger, actually this will have a negative effect, won't it, assuming that people will be allowed to work at the new employment site from Clown.
For you, Chairman, again, if I may, I wouldn't suggest it has a negative effect. There's clearly going to be future opportunities in the site for employment, which some future residents will clearly take advantage of, and some existing residents of Clown will also take advantage of. So very much there will be some toing and froing, but given the relative proximities, clearly there's a very realistic public and active transport offer there. You would not expect high volumes of vehicle traffic, given the relative short distances between those destinations.
Yeah, I'm glad you've come today, Steve. Just looking at again, sticking with what goes through Clown, if I look at the gravity model, so for the benefit of other committee members, the gravity model is produced in the transport study that says basically with the destinations of the various traffic from the application. And stuff that goes through the south is basically, according to the modelling, to 4 destinations: Bolsover, Ashfield, Gedling and Mansfield. So none of the destinations within this at all are actually Clown itself. So nothing from nothing from the estate or the employment, it starts or terminates in Clown. And it just looking at that, we've got 360 new kids going to they're going to Booton Lane. And we've got 90 kids going to the Clown Junior School. If I look, for instance, in Booton Lane, we've got traffic flow document. The actual survey traffic says, in the morning, 303 cars turn south into Booton Lane. Following the development, there's still 303 going in. So despite an extra 360 pupils at Heritage, there's no additional traffic going down into Booton Lane. Have we missed something?
Through you, Chairman, this is a strategic gravity model. It's looking at key destinations from further afield. You wouldn't expect the gravity model to actually thrash down to that level of finite level of detail within the town centre junctions. What it's trying to do is looking at an assignment to where those strategic trips are going outside the community, and that's where that gravity model really comes into its own.
Okay. Well, as people will know that drop the kids off at school on Booton Lane, omitting those because we're at a strategic level actually has a double impact, because as I know from dropping kids off at school, if I go up Booton Lane and return to the south, I come back through the middle of town, and it'll work conversely from the new estate. People will go into the extra traffic will go down south into Booton Lane, and you can't really turn around on Booton Lane between 8 and 9 because of the kids being dropped off at school, so they'll have to route all the way back home to through the middle of Clown. So I'm concerned about that, but if you're not considered that at this point, I just think this adds weight to the harm that we've already identified to Clown. Okay. Last point then on the gravity model. So, but actually this is strategic, so maybe you'll accept this one. Chesterfield is down as one of the routes from the development to as an end point. I thought, well, that'll go through town, but it doesn't. It seems everyone from the development will be going to Chesterfield by driving up to Treble Bob roundabout and then going down the A619. It doesn't seem to be the way most people in Clown get to Chesterfield, unless it's to the north side of Chesterfield. Is there an omission there that we think has been missed?
I'm not going to say that an omission specifically. There's obviously a variety of different route choices. The gravity model is assigned to a route. Inevitably, there will be some variations with it. It is a model at the end of the day. It's trying to put a good fit on this particular distribution to allow it to be understood and those strategic impacts to be ultimately appraised. So it's not to say it's wrong or right, but it's a recognition that that's a logical route under the circumstances.
Okay, so we're not modelling trips into Clown and out of Clown, and everything to Chesterfield's not going through Clown as well. Moving on. Oh, this is my last page.
Councillor Saunders, if I may interject, you're making all sorts of assumptions in the way you're responding.
Oh, sorry.
And with the greatest of respect, we have heard from the planning officers, and it's all in the committee report, that further traffic survey work will be undertaken throughout the process of the development if this were to be approved. So please don't ignore that fact.
I won't.
There is plenty of evidence built into the committee report and into all the other documentation to say that further traffic survey work will be done. I understand why you're raising it, but I think you mustn't lose sight of what's already in print in the reports you've read.
Thank you for that, Chair. Moving on to, this might be a combination of Chris and DCC Highways. Page 74, we talk about the schemes under our ITCR9 local transport improvement schemes that will be delivered by this. There seems to be some that will. Schemes 7 and 8, which are improvements to the A618/Booton Lane junction and improvements to the A629 Gapsick Lane junction, won't be delivered as part of this. Are we actually plan conformant in the sense we're not supposed to be, nothing we do is supposed to be prejudicing delivery of these? Is there any other route to delivering those two junctions other than through this application?
Who wants to answer that? You'll answer that, okay? Yep, thank you.
Through you, Chairman. In the first instance, schemes which for junction improvements or other network improvements outside the development process will be actually taken through the local transport plan. So schemes such as that would obviously be for the local communities to make the appropriate representations for that process, which gives us the opportunity to bid for further funding and other external sources.
Okay.
Yes, Chris. All these Chris's.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So yes, the District Council have been waiting quite a long time for the county to prepare its and begin its local transport plan work. We are, again, our local plan is our starting point for that matter as well. And once, I think the county or now the combined authority take that work forward, the District Council will use the local plan as our basis to kind of try to again, lobby for all sorts of other transport improvements beyond what the development can deliver off its own kind of back. So that is another process. Again, we've just been waiting a long time for Derbyshire to actively commence that work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, page 79, the Active Travel England objection. So this probably to yourself, Chris, in planning policy. It says in the report that you believe that they've overlooked elements of the BDC planning policy response. I've actually looked at their response. I'm not. I think they just disagree with you. They refer to it. And they say they welcome the recent consultation with you, dated 1st of July 2024, but they remain of the view that their objections stay in place, and I'll not go through all the problems, but essentially it doesn't There's no satisfactory demonstration of linkages either to development, village centre, doesn't meet modern design requirements to enable and encourage the level of walking and cycling the applicant pledges, and it's not undergone significant scrutiny. So they've acknowledged you've talked to them. Is it right to say they've overlooked your comments?
Yes, Chris.
It does, I think, from their response, relatively newish organisation, but those principles have been behind a lot of planning direction, particularly planning policy over the years. I think, again, looking at how the Clown Garden Village, the indicative master plan that's in the local plan, how that sets out a number of ways of getting from the development to the town centre and Clown beyond. So I think there's a whole range in there, and I think that's the bit that seems to be overlooked in terms of their approach and how they see how our strategy is to address that.
But they don't accept that.
Well, yes, we appear to disagree on that, but I think there's quite a lot of effort has gone into that.
Yes, sure.
There was talk about the public transport and the bus route, and again, members will be aware that the local plan, page 212, sets out the redirection of bus routes through the Clown Garden Village strategic sites, and that is catered for within the proposal as in front of members. So I think there's a whole host of complementary measures that are planned into this, and the development, as again in writing, sets out and meets a vast number of those, and more this time than I think when it was reported to members back in 2018.
So you're satisfied it will? That was my next question.
Yes.
You're satisfied that bus routes will be in the development?
Yes, and we talked to the Derbyshire Public Transport Unit, so it's they're aware of it, and they need the development to go through its application stages, but that is the provision that's in there. So yes.
Okay. We've only got 3 more. So, the page 82, I think Councillor Bennett mentioned this. The third bullet point on page 82, there is nowhere to park in Clown as it currently stands. The development make this issue exponentially worse. It's one of my concerns as well. I suppose my first question is that a highways issue, parking a highways issue?
For you, Chairman, it is a consideration for us, yes.
Okay. So what assessment's been done to mitigate that issue?
For you, Chairman, the strategy, given the relative proximity, is one of trying to enable people to walk, cycle and catch the bus, rather than necessarily to drive relatively short distances into our village and town centres. So an assessment of parking in a town centre environment which is highly accessible would be quite unusual. It's obviously a commercially led matter as well for the operators of this car park, such as Audi, that's been referred to earlier, in terms of what they ultimately do with their own provisions. But for the purposes of considering an outline planning application of this matter, it's not a consideration which would be material to the ultimate determination. We would focus on a strategy of trying to enable people to arrive by alternative modes to car, accepting that some inevitably will do, but that is really a matter for the existing parking capacity to cater for.
And when you say it's a matter commercially for people that own car parks, are you talking about introduction of charges to mitigate?
Well, that's really a matter for the own individual operators, clearly. I know that there's a variety of tools, but I think from our side there is a recognition that some people will drive because of maybe of personal circumstances, maybe they're on a link trip to another destination, but there is some capacity already demonstrated within those parts of the network. Retail and leisure times, of course, vary across the day as well. So it's really not a matter the application effectively lives or dies by. It's a matter for the commercial car park owners and operators to understand their demand, and for us as the public bodies to ensure that we have adequate infrastructure, predominantly non-car based infrastructure, to enable those short distance trips to take place by, say, non-car modes.
Okay.
If I may.
Sure.
Just as somebody who lives relatively local, just by way of an observation, if this application were to be successful, then I would assume over the next 5 to 10 years, the major commercial operators within the town centre, namely Tesco's, Aldi and B&M, would certainly, in their best interest, be looking to create additional parking capacity. If you go to the Tesco's, which I Thank you. If I go to Tesco's, which I regularly do, to use the Clown Tesco's, very often there is vast amounts of additional capacity already within their car park, and there will be the opportunity, possibly, for them to consider alternatives for increasing that. We don't know, but I'm just pointing out that's in their interest too, if this application were to be successful, to take those issues into consideration.
Okay. Page 95, I'm off the transport now. Last question on the before we got to the conditions. I just don't understand the viability reappraisal that's mentioned in conjunction with the sand contributions and the library contribution. What is it that will trigger that? Is there a date, or is there a? I didn't understand.
Just top of page 95 you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're talking about the deferred contributions and when they would become necessary. So there would be a clause within the 106 for a viability reappraisal, which would be triggered at a certain point in the development. If it's found during that point in the development that those contributions are found to be viable, then the developer will be liable to make them. So in summary, that's kind of how that would work.
But what point in the development?
Well, that's got to be agreed.
Okay.
That has to be agreed. So we've got no firm arrangements at the minute in relation to when that will be, but that will probably need to be agreed with the viability consultant and the applicant's viability consultant as to when we think that an appropriate time in the process would be.
Okay. Is it worth me going on to conditions, or do you want to let other people?
I just wonder if there's anybody else who wants to ask any further questions before you go on to that. Are there any members wishing to ask questions? Yes, first of all, if I may, Councillor Wood just got hand up before you. Councillor Carol Wood.
I have one question for Chris McKinney. Through my role on the local plan implementation group, I'm part of the process for developing the Cresswell and Shirebrook growth plans, which the council's development planners have produced. If you had had the opportunity to develop a Clown and Balborough growth plan, is the scale and nature of this outline planning application what you would envisage as suitable for a Clown and Balborough growth plan?
Chris?
Yes. The growth plans, I think it's worth remembering that the growth plans are over and above the local plan provision. And that's a decision not by me, but by planning committee and members, because when we produced our local development scheme, we looked at where we've got planned growth in our local plan, and then because the council was looking for additional growth over and above that, members led us through a kind of consideration of which settlements that would make sense to do extra additional growth in. All settlements in the district were available for consideration. Places like Bolsover and Clown, which are the two places in the district with the most growth planned in the local plan, members took the view that those were not suitable places to put extra growth in. Places that have had allocations in the local plan that have started to be built out and will almost be complete, such as Shirebrook and Cresswell, were two places that members gave us that decision. And so that's what went through the planning committee, into the local development scheme. So I think to your question, Balborough and Clown were not considered at that time, because I think members realised there was quite a lot on, particularly Clown's plate as it was. So I think hopefully that answers your question. I think I don't ever have a personal view on what is appropriate or not, because it's ultimately we make recommendations to members for that purpose. But that is the background to the growth plans. They are over and above what's in the local plan, and at that time members took the decision that Clown had already got quite a lot on its plate and wasn't going to be allocated anything additional. So I think hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Janet Tate.
It's
Regarding the deferred contributions, and my question is, if viability throughout the scheme is going to be revisited, and if there is a chance of increased profits to deliver these deferred contributions, what happens if the opposite? If a viability study is done and the site is not as viable because of increased costs, etc., does that threaten the 106 that has been pre-agreed?
This viability assessment reappraisal triggers only usually work one way, and that's if additional profits above and beyond what has been modelled are made by a developer, then that's an opportunity for the council to claw back additional developer contributions towards whatever might be in a deferred contributions pot. In this particular instance, we recognise that there are significant upfront costs associated with this development in terms of the road infrastructure improvement works that need to be carried out. It's a very high level application at the moment, and abnormal costs associated with developing a site of this scale are not fully known at this stage. So as part of any Section 106 agreement, a developer would be able to come back to the authority to renegotiate the terms of any Section 106s. But that would be a matter of planning judgment for us to assess, well, does that mean that the development is no longer acceptable in planning terms? And that would be a matter for us to consider at a future date, but it would be an application made to us. Okay. So it'd only work one way in terms of revising any contributions upwards, not downwards, in respect of anything agreed in this application.
Can I just say as well, the infrastructure that's going to be delivered is what the council considers to be critical infrastructure. So it's the infrastructure needed to make the development acceptable in planning terms. So like Chris alluded to, if that could no longer be delivered, then the council has to take a judgment as to whether the development is then acceptable or not. Okay. So it's, that's kind of how that would work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Councillor. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Right, Councillor Phil Smith.
Philip Smith, South Norton West. The question really is to DCC Highways. When I was, people are all the presentations, most of them were around traffic, pollution and that sort of thing. My question really is, how robust do you think the designs of Triple Bob and all those sort of improvements are in place? How robust do you think your designs are?
Yes, please.
Through you, Chairman. Firstly, I would say that only Treble Bob and the Junction 1, the M1 improvement, Junction 30 works are, of course, coming with the application, and there are conditions going with it. Derbyshire County Council isn't the highway authority for the motorway junction, that sits with National Highways. So I can only comment on the Treble Bob. So drawings have been worked through. But of course, for the application's consideration process, the strategy has slightly changed, and it has moved effectively from what one stage was a delivery by the Highway Authority to moving to delivery by the applicant. So to an extent, we've got enough certainty to be comfortable with the scheme presented to us to say, yes, we can put our name to it, we can recommend a condition, say to your committee, have faith in it. Equally, the condition gives us the ability to still go through those very detailed design checks, the safety audit processes, and all the other alignment materials checking you would no doubt expect us to do, and that will obviously take place beyond the planning process. So there's a further level of scrutiny and comfort you can have from that particular process. So we're content it's robust, and my advice to you is it is too.
Okay. Right. Councillor Honey-Summers, do you want to ask your questions about those conditions?
Yeah, just two bits on condition.
Thank you.
So there's a condition 10 around the drainage strategy, which I think is on page 100. We talked about it earlier on, Steve. Yes, the flood risk assessment is there when it talks about the culvert, but it does just say on page 10 of the flood risk assessment that as part of the development it's proposed that the existing surface water culvert crossing the Creswell Road is assessed and together with the downstream water course are upgraded. Upgraded could mean a lot of things. The technical note on Halsthorpe Dam does say capacity increased. Can we include that within the condition? Just makes it a bit firmer that they can't put a litter catcher on there and say that's it.
we need to agree that with the applicant. We need to discuss that with the applicant to see whether they're agreeable. And the reason for that is because it's a pre-commencement condition. So we'd have to agree the wording of that condition with the applicant.
So is that something you're going to take away and,
yes.
and do?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then the last thing on conditions, so this is from, it's a DCC one, because I noticed the DCC letter which came in roughly at the same time as the planning committee came out. It's got a number of suggested conditions, one of which I can't see on here. So it says, before any works commence, I may have missed it, before any works commence, a revised transport assessment addendum or technical note with detailed analysis of off-site junctions, which I take to, and other parts of the highway network impacted by the development traffic, with details of proposed junction and highway improvements to mitigate the impact of the development traffic shall be submitted to the LPA for written part approval. No part of the development shall be brought into use or part occupied in accordance with the agreed phasing plan until the required highway improvement works have been implemented in accordance with the approved details. Why is that not in our conditions?
Well, I have discussed this with DCC Highways separately. This is not a condition that we could include on this planning permission. Transport assessments need to be agreed at the outset via outline planning permission. You couldn't agree for another transport assessment to be submitted and agreed later down the line. So we're agreeing the principles now, but I have spoken to DCC Highways about this. Stephen will correct me if I'm wrong. There may be a lot more detail needed in relation to agreeing the access arrangements in terms of specification size, sight lines, things like that. So there's information, additional information that we can request at that stage, which would be at reserved matters stage. But in terms of a transport assessment and assessment addendum, we cannot request it at this stage.
Did you want to come in?
If I may, just to add to that point, so yes, we do agree and we do understand the point that Steve has made on that. Because of the nature of the application, with a lot of these junctions being reserve matters, it simply means that when those reserve matters details do come forward to us and discharge condition applications do come to us, they are going to have to contain an awful lot of information. Some of that will overlap on maybe what may have been traditional transport assessment matters, but nonetheless, it means that the applicant is going to have to provide a comprehensive package of details to us on those individual phases and junctions that arise.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Members, if you have any further questions at this stage, I'm happy to take them, but I'm minded of the fact that this is also a suitable moment for us to adjourn, all of us now, for 1 hour for lunch and to resume here at 1:40 p.m. Are you happy with that? And I'm more than happy if you've had further thoughts whilst consuming your wonderful lunch, for further questions if necessary. And can I thank everybody so far for your patience and tolerance and your conduct throughout. It's been very helpful in my role as chair, and I look forward to welcoming you all back at 1:40 p.m. suitably replenished of food and drink. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, everybody, for coming back so punctually. It's very much appreciated. Just because, like me, you've probably turned your phone on over lunchtime to tell everybody the news. If you would just like to make sure that it's back on silent or off, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. So just to remind you where we are with the process, we are at the process of enjoying questions from members of the Planning Committee, and there may well be more questions. So now my opportunity to invite any other member of the committee, Planning Committee, wish at this stage to ask any further questions of officers. Thank you. Councillor Duncan McGregor.
Councillor McGregor, Elton and Cresswell Ward. I've listened to this morning to a lot of the public giving their views on various matters, and I would defend their right to do that as well. That doesn't mean I necessarily agree with some of the comments that come, but it was at least, I think it's good that members of the public do express their views in a forum such as this. But what they have to do is remember this is a legal system. The planning is a legal system, along with the other one that we have is the one for permission for the licensing. Sorry, right. They're the two that we have to stick very closely to there. And of course, I think it's also remind people that we're not planners. What we have to do is make a judgment on what is presented to us, but everything's based on policies. But there's some, I'll come back to that in a bit, but my first sort of comments on speakers previously, and I would certainly agree that a comment came in from Sharon Gregory, who made an interesting recommendation in there, which the officer did touch on. And I fully support, quite frankly, them comments. And I would be mindful at a later stage that members would take account of that. And to remember that these provisions exist with or without a tailpiece, and correct procedures followed, etc. And in there, the tailpiece to conditions on 2, 5, 22 and 29. So from Sherry Gregory's point, I would not disagree, and I'm hopeful that we'll be mindful to remember that. In terms of what things that were said from the public, some of it wasn't very complimentary by certain people, despite the fact they came here. When you first opened your speech, you asked everybody to respect. I'm not going to ask you to read it out again, but you asked to respect officers, members, and to for the speakers, whoever they are, to conduct themselves in a proper way. And I'll come to that in a wee bit, but I don't think that happened in every speaker. Regarding a question from Duncan Haywood about flooding, that's the only question I asked of any, and was that one. The reason I asked that was because I asked Duncan if he could give us where he got the information from to be able to give us regarding flooding. And unfortunately, his response was that his response at that time was, in his memory, it was when he was walking to school. I wrote it down as it was said. That was the interpretation I took from it. And that was to do with flooding. Another one was David Bennett. David gave on parking, etc. But he did a study, I think he said, about 15 minutes or something, a very small measure of time. But he did say, to be fair, he said it was a simple survey. But when you're making decisions on planning, I think there has to be a little bit more in depth in terms to allow us to make decisions based on not simplicity. There was various comments made by members. One was on, and I would ask the officer this to answer this one, please. This was made by Greg Lindley, and I thought it was a fair question, a fair point. Most of it didn't necessarily agree with, but this one I thought that deserved some recognition. Impact on Station Road, and he was talking in relation to flooding. So I wonder if the officer could give me an update as to what their thoughts on that, because I'm bearing in mind we've already had highways in their report in it. So if there's anything that you would like to add to that, and that's to try to give a little bit of a background to Mr. Lindley as to why that is, how that reflects in the overall highways conditions within this plan application.
Are you able to answer that, Steve?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
So as part of the drainage proposals, as Councillor Hyness-Saunders alluded to earlier, there's a proposal to widen and clear the culvert on Cresswell Road, which will hopefully alleviate some of those issues that are currently experienced by residents. But there's also a detailed, the applicant has submitted a detailed, well, a high-level drainage strategy that proposes a number of sustainable drainage methods, and they will need to be agreed at detail as part of reserved matters. So whilst they agree the principles, there will be further matters that need to be considered that will ensure that drainage is no worse than what currently exists. The widening of the culvert on Cresswell Road is pretty critical in terms of improving the existing situation. Councillor Hyness-Saunders alluded to the fact that it is a benefit. We didn't consider it a benefit, we consider it mitigation, but it does have some other inevitable benefits as well, including alleviating existing flooding situations.
I understand the question, because I have been through there when it's been flooded before. I've stopped going through there. So, but on the site meeting, our colleague, Councillor Saunders, did point out in terms of that, in relation to that, and it did need work on it, from the dam out through and there. So I accept that that's a fair point there, and as mentioned later on when you talk about reserve matters, that's really important in terms of that. There was and I felt uncomfortable about some of the comments made by Dominic Webb, not to me personally, but to regarding the staff and the way that it was conducted. You know, just the officers last moment decision makers. That's what he said. All right? You're not last there. Whatever decisions you come to, you don't take the decision. It's the people in front of us that makes the decision based on the report on what the officers tell us. So I thought that was totally against what the chair had mentioned at the beginning about showing respect to people, instead of trying to show off, in my view, to the general public that was behind him. But more important, it did make a point about the environment impact. So I'd like some, if you could give us some background to that impact, because his was that it was rubbish in the report, basically, and he's entitled to say that. But it was misleading. He said missing key information. So I wonder if you could help us to at least refresh where we were in the report regarding them comments.
Thank you. Again, yep.
Colleagues will interject if they feel that it's necessary. In terms of the environmental impact assessment, one was submitted in 2017, an EIA addendum, which considered the issues previously considered in 2017, provided an update against the current local plan policy structure. We feel it's a robust document in order to make a decision. There was a reference made to medical facilities. At this stage, we don't know what those medical facilities will look like. There's some reference to that in the viability assessment, but there's no firm proposals at this stage. They would need to be considered at reserve matters stage. If we consider further technical reports are needed at that stage, we can request them, and we would, to make sure it's robustly considered.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It did make them comments because it integrated home care, and he mentioned about the NHS guidance regarding the middle. But once again, that falls again on what you've just said. It's not lost. It's discussions have got to continue in terms of this. So the viability of the site was also mentioned, but I think that went to great lengths in terms of what the developers had said, as far as I'm concerned, and given the amounts of funding for the various projects, etc., under Section 106, the viability of the site would provide funding to be able to do that. Because throughout the report, one of my colleagues earlier on went to great lengths reading certain parts of it, and I'm pleased it did because it absolutely should do. In terms of the sewage flood risk, which is on page 61, I brought it on my thing here, but it's on there. The agencies, from what I can see in the report, are fully conversed in what's happened or what's perceived to be this development would take on here. Are they okay?
So is this in relation to the comments from Severn Trent?
Yes.
Water. So they haven't objected to the development, but
No.
they have requested that sewer modelling is undertaken as part of the infrastructure, which is perfectly normal for a development of this size. So we have attached a condition which will require an assessment of the any public sewerage improvements following a sewer modelling study, and the development can't be occupied until that work is identified and any mitigation implemented. So there could be a fair bit of work to do, but it'd be for the applicant to work with Severn Trent to establish what the needs are, and then from that point, implementation.
Then there were comments made by Councillor Saunders again. Treble Bob, mainly highway things in terms of that. But again, I believe that the officer gave a rational reason explanation to some of the questions that he was asked in terms of that. But the Treble Bob was built a good number of years ago, and it was in relation certainly to the M1 because of that access in terms of that. By the fact that people are complaining and moaning about additional cars and vehicles using, one would assume that you'd be happy to have a refreshed jig of Treble Bob to accommodate current traffic there. And I'm sure that from the way that I read it anyway, that's where the highway people are coming on board in terms of that. They're the professionals. I respect professional people's views and thoughts. I'm not professional, and neither is any of the speakers that spoke today, as far as I'm aware, on certain highway things. So, A616, A619, they were all mentioned by previous speakers in terms of that, but I think the highway people have given what their view in terms of that, and I can see I would not be arguing in terms. On page 22 of the report, assessment, and this is what members have got to, it's that where they've got to consider, and it's on the key issues. And it is considered that the key issues in the determination of this outplanning application, and that's really the essence of this today. This is an outline planning application. And the very fact that we've mentioned and have talked about it, and that for people that are not aware, reserve matters, planning conditions, appropriate weight to be given to decision within the plan, mitigation, that's been mentioned by people, absolutely right, so there would be mitigation to substantiate what them decisions would be. And as I say, it's an outline planning application. And the officers throughout the report, and certainly been mentioned in response to questions of reserve matters. And that's covered. That covers in my view, an awful lot of the comments and concerns that people have genuinely got within the things that's been mentioned today. But the development plan on the prematurity is on page 23. I'm not going to read every single bit of these out, by the way, but I think it's important to draw people's attention to it. So you read that since 2018, the new development plan had been through an independent formal examination process by an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. That was the basis of how things was approved at that time. And it was concluded that the new development plan for Boleshill District Council could be made sound subject to some main modifications. Those main modifications were incorporated in March 2020. The new development plan for Boleshill District was formally adopted accordance with the Town and Country Planning and in brackets Local Planning England Regulations 2012 to Regulation 26 as amended by confirming that the plan was sound. The inspector considered that the development plan met the criteria set out in the NPPF at paragraph 35. On page 24, top there, that says the issue is prematurity was discussed in detail. Yeah, that's on in an appendix on page 111, colleagues, on your appendix, but in detail as part of the previous committee report on page 45 and 46. Paragraphs 49 and 50 of the NPPF. And I keep saying that for no other reason, that's a really, really important point you must take into consideration to deal with the issue of prematurity and state the following. However, in the context of the framework, and particularly the presumptions in favour of sustainable development, arguments that an application is premature are unlikely to justify a refusal of planning permission other than in the limited circumstances of both. Overall, there is no reasonable basis to conclude that the plan is unsound. In addition, the previous committee report needed to consider the issues of prematurity in detail due to the emerging status of the development plan at that time. This report does not need to undertake this assessment because the emerging development plan has now become an adopted development plan. Really important point for colleagues to take note. And an additional concern raised in the representation is that the evidence base for the development plan should now be considered as out of date due to the commencement of the statutory development plan review in October 2023. These dates are really important because when it was first done, as people have gone back to 5 years ago, whatever, decisions were made at that time based on what was had. But since then, governments have made different changes, so we have to deal with this and make a decision based on what it is currently and what is lawful. Boleshill District Council planning policy indicates that this work is ongoing and should be completed by the end of 2024. That was regarding step 1, fact-finding to enable the Council to keep under review the matters which may be expected to affect the development of Boleshill District or the planning of its development, and B, a review of new national policy areas will also be carried out to ensure the Council's local plan addresses all important policy areas. So the principle of development on page 25, for reasons set out above, the development plan is sound and is positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. They're the ones that the committee's got. It's not sentiment, although we might agree to some of the comments that's been made by the public. So I'm not dissing them, but we have to make a decision based on policies already agreed and what's confirmed in law.
Councillor, do you want to focus any questions on what you've just said? Because we are still in questions to officers.
Yes, I am. Sorry, did I go on too many?
Well, yeah, but you understand.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
If you want to have any further questions,
not at this stage. Not at this stage.
Okay.
But I will come back later.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Because we will go into discussion.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Are there any other members now who have any further questions for officers? Yes, Councillor Phil Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Phil Smith, South Norton West. A very quick one, Chair. A lot of the comments from the public have been around Triple Bob and the current issues about it not being, up to the job that in hand now. If, assuming this didn't go ahead, what would be the likelihood of getting an upgrade to Triple Bob roundabout? That's to the highways people.
Interesting question.
Through you, Chairman. The Triple Bob roundabout presently does not form a scheme in our current local transport plan, but as been referred to earlier, we have an emerging transport plan now. EMCA is formed. So there is a good chance, of course, with the appropriate support from the District Council, that that sort of scheme would be listed in there, because there's clearly a local demand and what's coming out of the infrastructure delivery plan. But obviously that only opens the gateway for us to bid for other government funding towards it. I'm afraid the council obviously doesn't have an infinite pot of money to be dipping into to be building these sorts of schemes. So obviously the business case would have to be put forward with the appropriate policy hook. So it is possible, but certainly wouldn't be a short-term outcome.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Any other members? Right, in that case, I'm going to... Oh, you want a question, yes?
Yeah. I'm sorry I went on a bit before.
No, it's all right.
But the green belt, that's been mentioned a few times today. I wonder if the officers could give clarity as to exactly where we are with the area of green belt that's to be built or that's been allowed to be developed. Yes.
So at plan making stage, when the development plan was in the process of being formulated and agreed and adopted, the exceptional circumstances were demonstrated for the site's removal, for allocation, for development for mixed use. So a large extent of the site is no longer in the green belt, so it is not designated in the green belt. There is a portion of the site on the western boundary that still remains in the green belt, but that is going to be absent of all development. So there's no green belt assessment to undertake because there's no impact on openness or potential impact on openness. So because it's absent of development, no impact on openness. So whilst a large portion of the site has been removed, and that is no longer a consideration, the section on the western boundary would remain absent of development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members got questions, officers? Right, in which case we now move formally into a discussion stage by the committee on what's in front of you. Right? Would you like to resume, Councillor McGregor, first, and then others can chip in as and when they need to? Just indicate if you wish to speak, and I will bring you in after Councillor McGregor's finished.
Yes, I'm going to put that on then. We normally do that. My view is, Chair, that a lot was said by the public in terms of various factions, which perhaps I went a little bit too far on the other one. But
you need to speak into your microphone, please.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Who said fortunately?
There is no need for any comment at all from the public gallery unless to say, could we have more volume? Thank you. Kindly respect what's going on. Please carry on, Councillor McGregor.
Right. Well, within the report, there's various factors that have already been covered earlier on, in terms of various aspects of it. But the main one, and I'll come back to the point about the key issues that I mentioned on page 22, which have been addressed on the following, and they are the development plan and prematurity, principle of development, viability and planning obligations, design concepts, housing mix and affordable housing, green space and sport provision, biodiversity and trees, landscape and visual impact, cultural heritage and archaeology, drainage and flood risk, transport and highways, air quality and noise, and any other representations. My view is that a lot of them has been covered by the speakers, certainly previously, covered in the report, and it's certainly been outlined in there if anyone wants to read it. So at this moment in time, Chair, I'm going to give you notice of motion.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Rob Hiney-Saunders.
Yeah, just the things that are in my mind at the back of this. Any planning application is a case of weighing up harms and benefits, and 1,800 houses is a benefit. That's people need houses, people need employment. Looking at the way you've done the weighting, my quibble with where we are, which may move me to a different vote, is the unassessed traffic in Clown and the unassessed parking in Clown. I would not see that as moderate weight. I would give that much higher weight based on the detailed work I'd done looking at the data that underpins it, which we didn't have that many answers for. And I genuinely don't believe you can pick and choose your experts. So the experts in non-car travel or active travel England who have severe concerns about this, and I'm afraid, with all respect to the policy team, they are the experts in this matter from a statutory point of view, so I would give their concerns about integration of this from a non-car point of view a significant weight. I was hoping to give the culvert, delivery of the culvert expansion, a benefit weight, but we don't actually have that confirmed. It's some sort of upgrade to it, but it's not a capacity one at the moment. And in terms of material impacts that may not be planning issues, the unassessed material impact of the community infrastructure, particularly the community centre and the cemetery, as supplied by the parish council, mean that I'm not really minded to. I'm not seeing this in a good light at all.
Thank you. Anybody else, please, have an opinion? Yes, Councillor Deborah Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Deborah Watson. Having been on Planning Committee for quite a number of years, I did take a small break for about a year or so. I did sit on this when we heard about this application in 2018, and I probably retained the same view that I had then. One of the public speakers did ask, do we all come from this parish? No, we don't. But as district councillors, we have an obligation to look at the district as a whole. We can't look at individual parishes. We've had applications in my parish that a lot of my residents have been upset about, but actually they've blended in, they've integrated, and people have forgotten all about it. And, as a district, we've got a big programme for growth. Young people need houses. And the developer's representative did say, think about the silent majority, and he does make a good point. There aren't any younger people here who have yet to go through university and complete their education, maybe want to come back here, be able to buy a house, be able to work in this area. We cannot stand in the way of development, in my mind. And because this is just an outline application, in my view, I have every faith in our highly capable planning officers and my colleagues on the planning committee that reserve matters will be discussed in the proper way as and when they come up. So, I think you can tell which way I'm thinking at the moment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. Councillor John Ritchie.
John Ritchie, Old Sutton Ward. On page 27, at top of page 27, in relation to the Development Man Policy SS2, it says the development offers a substantial contribution towards BDC's aspirations for growth and new investment. You can read it there yourself. What I would like to say, if we're minded not to approve this, we still need housing in Clown, and it's likely to end up, as it says in the following paragraph, a bit here, a bit there, a bit somewhere else, and a bit somewhere else. And that's not going to be any better than if we have this concentrated that's got the green areas, the walks, the housing, the industry. So just wanted to make that point, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Phil Smith.
Councillor Philip Smith, South Normanton West. Like my colleague, Councillor Watson, I've been around a few years, and I was on the committee last time when we approved the outline for it, subject to satisfactory 106, which never materialised, so it didn't really progress. So we've now got I believe, a solution from the 106 now. We've got other reports, so I'm sort of erring towards that side of the report. We approved it then. I think we've sorted out those issues now. So, you know, I think at the moment the planning considerations have virtually been met, and I can't see anything personally to contradict that because we're only in outline stage. So that's my view, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Any other councillors at this stage wanting to say anything? Councillor McGregor, you did say you gave notice of wishing to move a motion.
Yes, I wish. Yes, Chair, I did. I'm prepared to move the recommendations that are on page 94 of the report, and that would include all the other subsidiary leaflets that we've had submitted to us today. The officers know exactly what they are. So I'm going to move the recommendation as outlined in the report.
And without putting words in your mouth, you accept that we remove the 4 or 5 tail pieces identified?
Yes, I mentioned that earlier to include that. That's Gregory.
And we include the additional comment. And I'm going to ask Officer Sarah Kay just to clarify those particular points before I ask for a second.
Okay.
If that's with your agreement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just essentially just a reminder to Planning Committee that obviously we are in a position where we would have to make whichever recommendation carries forward today. I will need to refer that to the Secretary of State before in a position to issue any decision notice. It's also to ask councillors, as is normal and ordinary with an application of this scale, the very precise wording of the conditions might need to subtly change, so I would ask councillors, as they always do with other applications, to grant consent to myself as the Assistant Director of Planning and Planning Policy to make any slightly minor changes to the planning condition wording, should that be necessary, before we reach that point of reaching the decision notion. And I will do that in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning Committee.
We do anyway,
Yeah.
Chair.
Councillor Smith.
Just to clarify, with the changes, they will not materially change that. It'll purely be changes to the words. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Does that receive a seconder? Yes.
Councillor John Richard Ward seconding Councillor McGregor's motion.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any other motions anybody wishes to propose? In that case, is it your wish that we have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Right, in which case...
Need 2 other members to approve, to request that.
Right, so we've had one request for that from Councillor McGregor. Does that receive some support from any other members, please?
Second that.
Thank you, that's been indicated. 4 members have Right, so we'll go round in turn.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the names of the members of the committee. So when I've read your name, if you could indicate whether you're for the motion, against it, or whether you abstain. Okay, so Councillor Tom Munro.
For.
Councillor Chris Kane.
For.
Councillor Rob Heine-Saunders. Councillor Duncan McGregor. For. Councillor John Ritchie. For. Councillor Phil Smith. For. Councillor Janet Tate. For. Councillor Deborah Watson. Councillor Jen Wilson.
For.
And Councillor Carol Wood.
Against.
So that's...
That is therefore carried by 8-2. That concludes the business of this Planning Committee meeting. Can I thank everybody for their attendance and the way they've conducted themselves in the main, and bid everybody a very pleasant rest of the day. And can I also thank, on behalf of the Council, the work of the communications team in enabling us to stream this live and for everybody to hear what's been going on. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you all the officers and members for your attention today, and visitors. Thank you.